Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. Amanda, my fiancée, and I were on our 17 into our drive to her family's cabin in northern Minnesota for what we desperately hoped would be a restorative vacation. The stress of our jobs had been crushing us both. My work at the accounting firm had become unbearable with the constant deadlines, and Amanda's nursing shifts at the hospital were taking their toll. We needed this escape more than anything. I glanced at her with heavy eyelids to see that she was fast asleep in the passenger seat, her auburn hair catching the dim light from the dashboard. The last 2 hours of the trip were spent navigating desolate back roads through towns that consisted of maybe 100 people and a lone stoplight. Each mile took us further from civilization, further from the suffocating routine that had been strangling us both. The roads began to be labeled by numbers instead of names: County Road 47, State Highway 23, Forest Route 156. Each sign seemed to mark our descent into a more primitive world. My hands gripped the steering wheel tighter as exhaustion crept through my bones. The GPS on my phone had lost signal an hour ago, leaving us to navigate by Amanda's handwritten directions from her childhood memories. Finally, I turned onto the long stretch of gravel road that wound through the dense forest and led to our destination. The headlights cut through the darkness, illuminating towering pine trees that seemed to lean inward, creating a tunnel of shadows above us. The car slowly trudged over the underdeveloped road as large chunks of gravel crunched and tumbled beneath the wheels, the sound echoing through the silence like bones breaking. Amanda stirred slightly as we hit a particularly deep pothole but didn't wake. Her breathing was steady and peaceful, a stark contrast to the growing unease that was settling in my stomach. Something about this place felt wrong, though I couldn't pinpoint exactly what. Maybe it was just the isolation, the way the forest seemed to swallow all sound except for our engine and the grinding of gravel beneath our tires. We arrived at the cabin just after 1 a.m., and I was so exhausted that I seriously considered just sleeping right there in the driveway. The cabin appeared suddenly in our headlights, emerging from the darkness like something from a half-remembered dream. I'd never been to this place before, but upon first glance, it looked cozy enough. A modest 2-story structure with weathered wood siding and a wraparound porch that faced the lake. It wasn't one of those elaborate vacation homes that wealthy people built, but it had character. 3 bedrooms, Amanda had told me, and it sat just offshore from a small lake that stretched about 2,100 acres according to the faded sign we'd passed a mile back. The moonlight reflected off the water's surface, creating an almost hypnotic pattern of silver ripples. We quickly unloaded our luggage, our movements sluggish with fatigue. The night air was crisp and carried the scent of pine needles and something else, something damp and organic that I couldn't identify. Inside, the cabin smelled of old wood and dust, with underlying notes of decades of use by Amanda's extended family. We collapsed onto a bed that seemed to creak under our weight, the mattress soft with age. Though we were completely exhausted, there was something exciting about being here, away from everything that had been weighing us down. No deadlines, no emergencies, no constant buzzing of phones and notifications. Just the sound of wind through the trees and the gentle lapping of water against the shore somewhere in the darkness beyond the windows. The sun filtered through the thin curtains early the next morning, painting golden rectangles across the hardwood floor. I was filled with an enormous sense of relief when, out of habit, I checked my phone to see that there was no service whatsoever. The screen showed no service where the bars usually appeared, and somehow that felt like the most beautiful thing I'd seen in months. Nobody could reach us even if they tried. Amanda stretched beside me, her eyes still heavy with sleep. "How do you feel about exploring this place?" she asked, her voice hoarse from the long drive and deep sleep. She looked more relaxed than I'd seen her in months, even after just one night away from our usual environment. "I'd love to see what your family has been talking about all these years," I replied, genuinely curious about this place that had been such a significant part of her childhood summers. Amanda offered to drive to the nearest town to get some groceries and supplies so I could settle in and explore the cabin myself. She wanted to call her parents from town to let them know we'd arrived safely since our phones were useless here. The nearest town with cell service was about 30 minutes away through those winding forest roads. After she left, I spent time rifling through hundreds of dusty books that sat on the shelves in the living room. Most were classic novels and local history books, their pages yellowed with age and their bindings cracked from decades of Minnesota humidity. I pulled out a dozen board games from a built-in cabinet, excitedly planning out our time ahead. Monopoly, Scrabble, chess sets with missing pieces, card games I hadn't played since childhood. The cabin felt different in the daylight. What had seemed cozy and welcoming the night before now felt somehow isolated and vulnerable. The windows faced in every direction, offering views of the surrounding forest and the lake, but also creating the sensation of being watched from multiple angles. I found myself checking the windows frequently, though I couldn't say what I was looking for. I made my way outside and onto the dock that stretched out into the lake. The wooden planks were weathered gray and soft in places where decades of moisture had begun the slow process of decay. A small aluminum fishing boat was tied up at the end, bobbing gently in the morning breeze. The dock creaked and groaned under my weight, the sound carrying across the water and echoing back from the distant shoreline. Standing there, looking out at the lake, I felt the last of my work anxiety begin to dissipate. The water was surprisingly clear, and I could see fish moving in the shallows near the dock. The morning air was clean and cold, carrying the scent of pine and lake water. For the first time in months, I took a deep breath that felt like it actually filled my lungs completely. That's when I noticed the island. A small island sat close to the middle of the lake, maybe 100 yards in diameter, covered with dense trees and undergrowth that looked almost impenetrable. From the dock, it appeared to be roughly circular, with no visible clearings or structures, just a thick tangle of vegetation that seemed darker and more dense than the forest surrounding the lake. Something about it immediately drew my attention in a way I couldn't explain. It wasn't particularly remarkable, just a small patch of land surrounded by water, but I found myself staring at it, trying to make out details through the morning mist that clung to its shores. There was something almost magnetic about it, as if it was pulling my gaze whenever I tried to look away. The island seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. While the rest of the lake sparkled in the morning sun, the waters around the island appeared darker, more still. Even the gentle breeze that was creating ripples across the rest of the lake's surface seemed to die out as it approached that particular patch of water. Since Amanda would be gone for at least an hour, I decided to take the fishing boat out and try my luck. The boat was old but sturdy, with a small outboard motor that started on the third pull. I'd brought my fishing gear with high hopes of catching dinner, and the island seemed like it might provide some good fishing spots along its perimeter. As I motored across the lake, the island grew larger and more imposing. What had seemed like a small patch of trees from the dock revealed itself to be a substantial piece of land, with dense forest that blocked any view of its interior. The trees grew right to the water's edge, their branches hanging low over the surface, creating deep shadows that made it impossible to see the shoreline clearly. I anchored about 50 feet from what appeared to be the island's southern shore and started casting. The water here was noticeably colder than it had been near the cabin and seemed to have a different quality, thicker somehow, more viscous. My line disappeared into the dark water, and I settled in to wait for a bite. It wasn't 30 seconds before I felt something hit my boat. Not a gentle bump, but a solid thud that rocked the small aluminum vessel. I looked around, expecting to see a log or piece of debris, but the water around me was clear. I'd nearly had whatever was on my line up to the boat when it happened, so I assumed whatever had hit us was probably just a large fish that had gotten spooked and bumped the hull before swimming away. When I reeled in my line to check the bait, I found a fish dangling from the hook, but something was horribly wrong with it. The fish was completely mangled. It looked like it had been torn apart by something with incredible force, nearly ripped in half with jagged tears along what remained of its body. The wounds weren't clean cuts like you'd expect from a predator's teeth or claws, but ragged rips that seemed to go in multiple directions, as if the fish had been pulled apart by several different forces simultaneously. My first thought was that a larger fish, maybe a muskie or northern pike, must have attacked it. But I hadn't felt any sort of struggle on the line that would indicate such a violent encounter. The fish had come up easily, almost limply, as if whatever had damaged it had already killed it before I reeled it in. Maybe an otter, I thought, trying to rationalize what I was seeing. But again, there had been no struggle, no sudden jerking of the line, no indication that anything had been fighting over my catch. The fish appeared to have been mutilated while it was still on my hook, while I was holding the rod just feet away. A cold knot formed in my stomach as I looked at the mangled carcass. The damage was extensive and violent, far beyond what would be necessary to simply kill and eat the fish. This looked like the work of something that took pleasure in destruction, something that tore things apart not out of hunger but out of some other more disturbing motivation. I tried to dismiss my growing unease and moved to the opposite side of the island, casting from a different angle. But again, within minutes, the fish I'd hooked suddenly stopped fighting mid-struggle. I pulled up another shredded carcass, this one even more severely damaged than the first. Deep gouges ran along its sides, and its head had been nearly severed, hanging by just a thin strip of flesh and bone. This happened 3 more times as I moved around the island's perimeter. Each fish came up mutilated in a different way, some torn lengthwise, others missing chunks of flesh. One with its entire belly opened up and its organs trailing in the water. Whatever was doing this was systematic, violent, and seemingly unstoppable. I found myself staring at the island's dark shoreline, searching for any sign of movement, any indication of what might be lurking beneath the surface of the water. The trees seemed to press closer together here, their branches intertwining to create an almost solid wall of vegetation. No light penetrated to whatever lay beyond that natural barrier. The feeling of being watched intensified with each mutilated fish I pulled from the water. It wasn't the casual observation of wildlife, deer or birds checking out the human intrusion in their territory. This felt focused, intelligent, and malevolent. Something was observing my every move with an intensity that made my skin crawl. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I pulled up anchor and moved to a spot much closer to the cabin, where the water was clearer and the morning sun penetrated all the way to the sandy bottom. Within minutes, I was catching normal, healthy fish. Beautiful bass with bright colors and no signs of violence or trauma. But even as I successfully filled my cooler with legitimate catches, I couldn't stop glancing back at that island. Each time I looked, it seemed to be watching me, waiting for something. The dark line of trees along its shore appeared almost like a face in my peripheral vision, though when I looked directly at it, it was just vegetation. When I heard Amanda's car pull into the driveway, I quickly secured the boat and carried my cooler of intact fish up to the cabin. I decided not to mention the strange incidents around the island, at least not yet. Amanda was already stressed enough, and I didn't want to ruin our vacation with my paranoid observations about mutilated fish. Over dinner, however, I found myself casually bringing up the subject. "So I notice there's an island out in the middle of the lake," I said, trying to keep my tone light and conversational. "Have you ever been over there? It looks interesting." Amanda looked up from her plate, and something flickered across her face, a brief expression of discomfort that she quickly tried to hide. "Oh, that place. No, Dad always told us to stay away from it. He said the land was still owned by some family and we weren't supposed to trespass." "Really? Someone owns it?" I pressed, suddenly more interested. If the island was private property, that might explain some of the strange feelings I'd been having about it. "Well, it used to be owned by this woman who lived there," Amanda explained, setting down her fork. "According to Dad, she had a house on the island and owned some kind of antique shop in town until maybe 50 or 60 years ago. She died, and I guess the property passed to her family or something." "Wait, someone actually lived on that island? How did she get back and forth?" I asked, genuinely curious now about the logistics of such an isolated existence. "She had to row to the dock every morning just to get to her car," Amanda said. "Can you imagine? Rowing across the lake in the middle of winter, in a snowstorm, just to go grocery shopping or to work? Dad said she was incredibly tough, but also—" She paused, looking uncomfortable. "Also what?" "Well, he said she was really strange, antisocial. People in town thought she was weird, and some of the local kids were afraid of her. Dad said that when he was young, they'd sometimes catch her standing on the island's shore, just staring at them while they were fishing or swimming. She'd stand there for hours, never moving, just watching. A chill ran through me as I remembered my own feeling of being observed while fishing near the island. "That's pretty creepy," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Yeah, but I think Dad was probably exaggerating," Amanda continued. "You know how parents tell stories to keep kids from doing dangerous things. He probably didn't want us rowing out there alone and getting into trouble, so he made up scary stories about the crazy woman who used to live there." "Makes sense," I agreed, but something in Amanda's tone suggested she wasn't entirely convinced by her own explanation. "There was one story, though, that always bothered me," she continued, lowering her voice slightly. "Dad said that toward the end, before she died, people started noticing that she was acting even stranger than usual. She'd come to town looking terrible, dirty clothes, hair all matted, talking to herself. The shop owner said she'd buy weird things, like she'd come in and buy 10 pounds of raw meat, or dozens of baby dolls, or strange combinations of household chemicals. What do you think she was doing with all that stuff? Nobody knew. And then one day she just stopped coming to town entirely. People figured she'd died, but no one wanted to go out to the island to check. Finally, after a few months, the sheriff took a boat out there to investigate." Amanda paused, looking out the window toward the lake, though the island wasn't visible from our angle. "What did he find?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know the answer. The house was still there, but she was gone. Just gone. They never found a body, never found any sign of what happened to her. The house was full of the strangest things. Hundreds of dolls arranged in groups, piles of rotting meat, and weird symbols carved into the walls. The sheriff sealed it up and left, and as far as I know, no one's been back there since. I felt my appetite disappearing as Amanda spoke. The mangled fish, the feeling of being watched, the strange darkness that seemed to surround the island. Suddenly it all felt connected to this story of a disturbed woman who had lived there decades ago. "What happened to the house?" I asked. "Dad said it's probably still there, just falling apart. The family that inherited the property lives in another state and has never done anything with it. It's probably just rotting away under all those trees." That night, as we sat reading in the living room, I found myself repeatedly glancing out the window toward the lake. I couldn't see the island in the darkness, but I knew it was there. And I couldn't shake the feeling that something on it was looking back at us. Sleep proved impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those mutilated fish, and Amanda's story about the strange woman played on repeat in my mind. By 11 p.m., I'd given up any pretense of trying to rest. Amanda had fallen asleep quickly. She always did after her hospital shifts, and was breathing deeply beside me. I sat up in bed, ostensibly reading, but actually wrestling with a growing compulsion to return to that island. The rational part of my mind knew it was a terrible idea. Going to an abandoned property in the middle of the night, alone, based on local legends and some suspicious fishing incidents, was exactly the kind of behavior that led to missing person reports. But the other part of my mind, the part that had been nagging at me all evening, insisted that I needed to know the truth. If there really was an abandoned house on that island, if Amanda's father's stories had any basis in reality, then I had to see it for myself. The mystery was consuming me, and I knew I wouldn't be able to relax until I had answers. Amanda was completely unconscious, and I knew from experience that she could sleep through almost anything. I'd gotten up for water, used the bathroom, even accidentally knocked over a lamp once, and she'd never stirred. If I was quiet and careful, I could investigate the island and be back before she ever knew I was gone. I gathered my heavy-duty flashlight, my hunting knife just in case I encountered any wildlife, and my phone to document whatever I might find. The night air was significantly colder than it had been during the day, and completely still. No insects, no night birds, not even the sound of fish jumping in the lake. The silence was so complete it felt unnatural, as if all of nature was holding its breath. I made my way down to the dock, wincing at every creak of the wooden planks under my feet. The sound seemed impossibly loud in the absolute quiet of the night. I untied the boat and pushed off, using the oars instead of the motor to avoid making noise that might wake Amanda. Each dip of the oars into the water created small splashes that echoed across the lake like gunshots. The moon was bright enough to navigate by, casting a silver path across the water that led directly toward the island. As I rowed, the temperature seemed to drop even further, and I could see my breath in small puffs of vapor. The island loomed larger and darker as I approached it. In the moonlight, it looked like a solid black mass rising from the water, its trees so dense that no light penetrated into its interior. I circled the perimeter, looking for a suitable place to land, and finally spotted a partially submerged tree stump that would serve as an anchor point. I tied the boat securely and stepped carefully onto the marshy shore. The ground was soft and waterlogged, making sucking sounds with each step. I pushed through the thick undergrowth, branches catching at my clothes and face, until I emerged into what had clearly once been a cleared area. And there, exactly as Amanda had described, stood the remains of a house. The structure was more intact than I'd expected, though clearly abandoned for decades. 2 stories of weathered wood siding, most of the windows broken or missing entirely, and a roof that sagged dangerously in several places. Thick vines covered much of the exterior, and trees had grown so close to the building that branches were actually growing through some of the broken windows. I pulled out my phone and started recording, sweeping the camera across the exterior of the house. The moonlight was bright enough to provide decent footage, and I wanted to document everything I found. This was easily the most interesting discovery I'd ever made, and part of me was already imagining the reaction when I showed the footage to friends back home. The front door hung open, twisted on its hinges and surrounded by years of accumulated debris. I shined my flashlight through the opening and saw an interior that was chaos incarnate. Furniture overturned and rotting, debris scattered across every surface, and a smell of decay and mold so strong it made my eyes water. But it was the objects scattered throughout the room that made my blood freeze. Dozens, maybe hundreds of dolls were scattered across the floor, piled in corners, and arranged on the few pieces of furniture that remained upright. Baby dolls, porcelain dolls, cloth dolls, all in various states of decay and dismemberment. Some were missing heads, others had their stuffing pulled out and spread around them like cotton snow. The ones that still had faces stared at me with empty eye sockets or cracked glass eyes that reflected my flashlight beam. I forced myself to step inside, my feet crunching on broken glass and debris. The air was thick and oppressive and significantly colder than it had been outside. My breath formed visible clouds as I moved deeper into the room, documenting everything with my phone camera. In one corner, I found what appeared to be the remains of a kitchen area. The cabinets were filled with hundreds of glass jars, most of them containing unidentifiable organic matter that had long since rotted beyond recognition. Some still contained what might have been preserved meat, though the contents had turned black and were covered with a fuzzy growth that I didn't want to examine too closely. A staircase led to the second floor, though several of the steps had rotted through completely. I tested the first few steps carefully, and they seemed stable enough to support my weight. The banister was sticky with some kind of residue that I tried not to think about too much. On the second floor, I found 3 bedrooms, each one more disturbing than the last. The first contained a bed that was covered with what had once been children's clothing, tiny dresses, small pants, miniature shoes, all arranged as if invisible children were wearing them. The second room was filled with more dolls, these arranged in elaborate scenes as if they were acting out some kind of story. But it was the third room that made me seriously consider turning around and leaving immediately. The walls were covered with photographs, hundreds of them tacked up in overlapping layers that covered every inch of available space. Most were old black and white photos of children, some clearly professional portraits, others appearing to be candid shots taken from a distance. Many of the children looked frightened, and some appeared to be crying. But what made the display truly horrifying was that someone had used red ink, or what I hoped was red ink, to draw lines connecting various photographs, creating an elaborate web of connections that covered the entire room. Numbers and letters were written next to many of the photos, and strange symbols were carved directly into the wooden walls. At the center of this mad display was a large mirror, its surface so cracked and dirty that it was impossible to see any reflection. Written across the glass in the same red substance were words that I couldn't quite make out in the dim light of my flashlight. I stepped closer, trying to read the writing, when I heard something that made my heart stop. Footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps coming from somewhere below me in the house. I stood frozen, my flashlight beam trembling as I strained to listen. The footsteps continued, moving slowly through the first floor of the house. They weren't random. Someone was walking deliberately from room to room, as if searching for something. Or someone. My mind raced through possibilities. Could it be Amanda? Had she woken up and followed me here? But that made no sense. She had no way of knowing where I'd gone, and she'd never venture out to this island alone in the middle of the night. A local property owner checking on trespassers. That seemed equally unlikely, given the remoteness of the location and the late hour. The footsteps paused directly below me, and I heard what sounded like furniture being moved around. Then they resumed, heading toward the staircase. I realized with growing panic that whoever was down there was coming up to the second floor, where I was trapped with no other way out. I quickly turned off my flashlight and pressed myself against the wall beside the doorway, hoping the darkness would conceal me. The footsteps began climbing the stairs, each creak of the old wood clearly audible in the oppressive silence. As the sounds grew closer, I caught a whiff of something that made my stomach turn. A smell of unwashed human body, rotting meat, and something else that I couldn't identify, but that triggered every primitive alarm in my brain. The footsteps reached the top of the stairs and paused. I held my breath, pressing myself deeper into the shadows, praying that whoever was out there wouldn't look in my direction. My heart was beating so loudly I was sure it would give away my location. A voice spoke from the hallway, raspy, uncertain, as if it hadn't been used in a very long time. "I know you're here." It was a woman's voice, but there was something wrong with it. The words were slurred and distorted, and there was an underlying wet sound, as if her mouth was filled with liquid. "I saw you from the water. I've been waiting." The footsteps moved toward the first bedroom, then the second. I could hear her moving things around, searching. The smell grew stronger as she approached my hiding place. "You shouldn't have come here. This is my place. These are my children." I realized with horror that she was referring to the dolls, the hundreds of mutilated, arranged dolls throughout the house. In her disturbed mind, this woman believed they were actual children, and she was protecting them from intruders. The footsteps stopped just outside the room where I was hiding. I could hear her breathing, ragged, labored, with that same wet quality as her voice. Through the doorway, I caught a glimpse of movement in the hallway, and what I saw made me clamp my hand over my mouth to keep from crying out. The figure in the hallway was barely recognizable as human. Dressed in rotting rags, hair matted into thick clumps, skin so pale it was almost translucent. But it was her eyes that were the most terrifying, wide, unblinking, and completely without any trace of sanity. She wasn't dead, as everyone had assumed. She'd been living on this island for decades, completely isolated, slowly descending into madness. The abandoned house was her fortress. The dolls were her companions, and she'd been existing here like some kind of feral creature for longer than anyone could imagine. "Come out," she whispered, her voice carrying a horrible mix of pleading and threat. "Come meet my babies. They've been so lonely." I knew I had to move. Staying hidden was only delaying the inevitable, and I had no idea what this woman was capable of in her current mental state. I still had my knife, and I was probably stronger and faster than someone who'd been living in isolation for so long. Taking a deep breath, I stepped out from my hiding place and shined my flashlight directly at her. The scream that emerged from her throat was unlike anything I'd ever heard. Part human shriek, part animal howl, expressing decades of isolation, madness, and rage. She lunged at me with surprising speed, her fingers extended like claws aiming for my face. I managed to dodge her initial attack and bolted for the staircase. Behind me, I could hear her crashing through the debris-filled rooms, still screaming that horrible sound. I took the stairs 3 at a time, not caring if the rotted wood gave way beneath my feet. I burst through the front door and ran blindly through the undergrowth toward the boat, branches tearing at my clothes and face. Behind me, the screaming continued, joined now by the sound of something large crashing through the forest. I reached the boat and frantically untied it from the stump, my hands shaking so badly I could barely work the knots. The screaming grew closer, and I could hear her splashing through the marshy water at the island's edge. Finally, the rope came free, and I pushed off from shore just as she emerged from the trees. In the moonlight, I got a clear look at her for the first time, and the image burned itself into my memory forever. She stood waist-deep in the water, her arms outstretched toward me, still making that inhuman sound. But she didn't follow me into deeper water. Instead, she stood there watching as I rowed frantically back toward the cabin, her screams echoing across the lake until I was far enough away that they faded into the distance. When I reached the dock, I tied up the boat with hands that were still shaking and made my way back to the cabin as quietly as possible. Amanda was still sleeping peacefully, completely unaware of what had happened. I lay awake for the rest of the night, staring at the ceiling and trying to process what I'd experienced. By morning, I'd made a decision. We were leaving that day, and I was never telling Amanda or anyone else what I'd discovered on that island. Some secrets are too dangerous to share, and some horrors are better left undisturbed. The woman on the island had found her own way to survive, twisted and terrible as it was, and I intended to let her keep it. But as we packed our bags the next morning, I couldn't shake the feeling that our encounter wasn't over. She knew someone had discovered her secret, and somehow I doubted she would simply let that go. The drive home was silent, filled with my own dark thoughts and the constant urge to check the rearview mirror. Even now, weeks later, I sometimes wake up in the middle of the night, convinced I can hear that terrible screaming carried on the wind. I've never told Amanda the truth about that night, and I never will. But sometimes, when I catch her looking out at bodies of water with a strange expression, I wonder if some part of her family's stories was true after all, and if the woman on the island isn't the only secret that Lake has been keeping all these years. "12 years ago, when I was just 9 years old, I lived next door to my best friend Ryan. Our families had been neighbors since before either of us was born, creating a bond that felt more like brotherhood than friendship. Ryan's family owned a remote cabin nestled deep in what we called the mountains, though they were really just heavily forested hills about 3 hours from our suburban home. Every winter, Ryan's family would pack up their old station wagon and disappear for a week into those woods. I'd watch from my bedroom window as they loaded sleeping bags, coolers, and enough supplies to last them through their annual retreat. The way Ryan described it made it sound like paradise. No phones, no internet, just the four of us surrounded by pristine wilderness. That November, Ryan's mother, Patricia, knocked on our front door with an invitation that would change everything. "We'd love to have him join us this year," she told my parents, her breath visible in the cold air. "Ryan's been asking for months, and we think the boys are old enough now." My parents exchanged glances. At 9, I'd never spent a week away from home, let alone in some remote cabin. But something about the way Patricia's eyes lit up when she talked about their special place convinced them. Within days, my small duffel bag was packed with warm clothes, books, and enough snacks to survive a small apocalypse. The morning of departure arrived gray and overcast, with the promise of snow hanging heavy in the air. I hugged my parents goodbye, my stomach churning with excitement and nervousness. Ryan bounced in the back seat as his father, Dennis, loaded our bags into the rear of their station wagon. "You boys ready for an adventure?" Dennis asked, his voice carrying that forced enthusiasm adults use when they're trying to make something sound more exciting than it probably is. The drive stretched endlessly before us. Ryan and I spent the first hour playing word games and sharing stories, but as we left the suburbs behind and entered increasingly desolate countryside, our conversation gradually died away. The landscape outside grew more primitive with each passing mile. Farmhouses gave way to trailer homes, then to nothing but endless stretches of bare trees reaching toward the leaden sky like skeletal fingers. Somewhere during the second hour, both Ryan and I fell asleep. I remember dreaming about something chasing me through dark woods, my feet slipping on wet leaves as branches tore at my clothes. The dream felt so real that when Dennis finally called our names, I woke with a start, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Wake up, boys," We're here." The first thing I noticed was the silence. After hours of road noise and engine hum, the sudden quiet felt oppressive, like the world itself was holding its breath. Through the frost-covered windows, I could see we'd stopped in a small clearing surrounded by towering pines and bare hardwood trees. Fresh snow covered everything in a pristine white blanket, undisturbed except for the tire tracks we'd just made. The cabin squatted in the center of the clearing like something from a nightmare. It was smaller than I'd imagined, maybe 20 feet wide and 30 feet long, constructed from dark logs that had weathered to an almost black patina. 5 windows punctuated its walls, but they were so grimy and dark that they looked more like empty eye sockets than openings to let in light. "Isn't it beautiful?" Patricia said, but her voice carried an odd note that made me glance at her face. She was staring at the cabin with an expression I couldn't quite read, something between affection and apprehension. Ryan and I tumbled out of the car, our breath immediately visible in the frigid air. The snow crunched under our feet with that particular sound that only comes with temperatures well below freezing. I noticed that our footprints were the only marks disturbing the perfect white surface around the cabin. "How long since anyone's been here?" I asked Dennis as he wrestled a cooler from the back of the wagon. "Oh, about 6 months," he replied, not meeting my eyes. "We came up for a weekend in May, but the weather was too warm for our liking." Something about his answer felt incomplete, but before I could ask more questions, Ryan grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the cabin. "Come on, wait until you see inside." The front door was painted a deep red that looked almost black in the dim light filtering through the clouds. Dennis had to force it open, the hinges screaming in protest as if the cabin itself was reluctant to let us enter. The sound echoed through the surrounding trees, and I could have sworn I heard something echo back from the forest depths. Inside, the cabin was even smaller than it appeared from outside. The main room combined kitchen, dining area, and living space into a cramped rectangle dominated by a massive stone fireplace. The walls were covered in dark wood paneling that seemed to absorb what little light managed to penetrate the dirty windows. Everything smelled of must, old wood, and something else, something organic and unpleasant that I couldn't identify. "The electricity's been acting up lately," Dennis explained as Patricia tried unsuccessfully to turn on a lamp. "Good thing we brought plenty of candles and flashlights." Ryan and I dropped our bags and immediately began exploring. There were 2 bedrooms, one for his parents and one for us, plus a tiny bathroom that looked like it hadn't been updated since the 1970s. Our room contained 2 narrow beds, a closet with a door that wouldn't stay closed, and one of the cabin's 5 windows. "This is going to be awesome," Ryan said, flopping down on one of the beds. But as I looked around the room, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. As evening approached, the temperature dropped even further. Dennis built a fire in the stone fireplace, and we gathered around it for dinner. Canned soup heated on a camp stove, since the cabin's electric range wasn't working. The flickering flames cast dancing shadows on the walls, creating shapes that seemed to move independently of the fire itself. "Tell us about the history of this place," I said, trying to make conversation as we ate. Dennis and Patricia exchanged a look that lasted just a moment too long. "It's been in Dennis's family for generations," Patricia finally said. "His great-grandfather built it back in 1932. "Has anything interesting ever happened here?" Ryan asked, sensing the same undercurrent of tension that I'd noticed. "Define interesting," Dennis replied, but his tone suggested he didn't want to pursue the topic. After dinner, we sat around the fire playing cards and telling stories. Despite the cozy scene, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The cabin's windows were too dark, too empty, and every time the wind picked up outside, the building would creak and groan like it was in pain. Around 9 o'clock, just as we were getting ready to head to bed, we heard it, a sound from outside that made everyone freeze. It was a low, mournful cry that seemed to come from the forest surrounding the cabin. The sound was too deep to be human, too structured to be wind, too intelligent to be a simple animal call. "What was that?" I whispered. "Probably just a deer," Dennis said, but his voice was tight with tension. "They make all sorts of noises, especially during mating season." The sound came again, closer this time, and definitely not from a deer. It was a deliberate, almost questioning call that seemed to be probing the darkness around our small island of light and warmth. Patricia stood up abruptly. "Boys, I think it's time you got ready for bed." Ryan and I brushed our teeth in the tiny bathroom, using water from a jug since the pipes had frozen. The mirror above the sink was cracked, splitting our reflections into fractured pieces that looked wrong in the dim light from our flashlights. "Are you nervous about anything?" I asked Ryan as we walked back to our room. He shrugged, but I could see the tension in his shoulders. "My parents always get weird when we come up here. I think they know something they're not telling me." Our room felt even smaller with the door closed. The single window looked out into absolute darkness. No moon, no stars, just a black void that seemed to press against the glass like something alive. Ryan and I climbed into our respective beds, but neither of us was ready for sleep. "Want to tell scary stories?" Ryan suggested, but his voice carried a forced brightness that didn't fool either of us. Instead, we lay in our beds and whispered about school, about friends, about anything except the growing sense that something was very wrong with this place. Outside, the wind had picked up, and it howled through the trees with a voice that sounded almost human. I must have dozed off sometime after midnight because the next thing I knew, I was jerking awake to the sound of something striking wood. It was a sharp, deliberate sound, tap, 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 like someone knocking on the cabin's walls. My heart immediately began racing. The room was pitch black, darker than any night I'd ever experienced. The darkness felt thick, oppressive, like something I could reach out and touch. I strained my ears, trying to determine if I'd really heard something or if it had been part of a dream. Then I heard it again, tap, tap, tap. This time, the sound was definitely coming from outside our window. I turned my head toward Ryan's bed, intending to wake him, but something made me freeze. In the absolute darkness, I could just make out his form under the covers, but there was something else, a shadow that seemed too large, too solid to be explained by the darkness alone. My hand shot out to the bedside table, fumbling for the flashlight I'd seen there earlier. My fingers wrapped around the cold metal cylinder, and I clicked it on, immediately covering the beam with my palm so that only a small amount of light escaped between my fingers. The room looked normal, Ryan sleeping peacefully in his bed, our bags on the floor, the closet door hanging slightly open as it had been all evening. But something was wrong. The air felt different, heavier, as if someone had been breathing in the room besides Ryan and me. I slowly moved the flashlight beam across the floor, and that's when I saw them. Wet footprints leading from the window to the center of the room, where they stopped at the edge of the small throw rug. The prints were clearly visible in the dim light, dark against the lighter wood of the floor. My blood felt like ice water in my veins. The footprints were too large to be mine or Ryan's, and they were still wet, as if whoever had made them had only just left. But the window was closed and I could see the frost on the glass from the outside cold. I slid out of bed as quietly as possible, my bare feet touching the cold wooden floor. The flashlight beam shook as I tried to control my trembling hands. I followed the trail of wet prints with my eyes, tracing them from the window to where they disappeared at the rug's edge. That's when I heard it, a soft scratching sound coming from the closet. The door, which had been hanging slightly open, was now almost completely closed. But in the narrow gap between the door and the frame, I could see something that made my mouth go dry with fear. It was dark, darker than the shadows around it, and it seemed to be moving slightly, as if something was breathing behind the door. I wanted to run, to scream, to wake Ryan and his parents, but my body wouldn't obey. I stood frozen in the middle of the room, the flashlight beam wavering between the wet footprints on the floor and the dark gap in the closet door. The scratching sound came again, followed by what sounded like a low, rumbling breath. Whatever was in the closet was alive, and it knew I was there. My survival instincts finally kicked in, and I ran from the room as fast as my legs could carry me. I didn't bother trying to be quiet. Terror had taken over completely. My feet slapped against the cold wooden floor as I raced down the short hallway to Dennis and Patricia's room. "Something's in our room," I gasped, bursting through their door without knocking. "There's something in the closet, and there are wet footprints on the floor." Dennis sat up immediately, his hair disheveled and his eyes alert despite having been asleep moments before. What do you mean, wet footprints? From the window to the middle of the room, I said, my words tumbling over each other in my haste to explain. And there's something in the closet, something breathing. Patricia was already reaching for her robe. Show us, she said, her voice steady but her face pale in the dim light from Dennis's flashlight. We crept back to my room, Dennis leading the way with his bright flashlight beam cutting through the darkness. Ryan was awake now, sitting up in bed with a confused expression on his face. What's going on? He asked, but his parents ignored him, focusing instead on the floor where I'd seen the footprints. Dennis swept his light across the wooden planks, and my heart sank. The floor was completely dry. There was no sign of the wet prints I'd seen just minutes before. No dark marks, no moisture. Nothing to indicate that anyone had walked through the room with wet feet. I saw them, I insisted, my voice cracking with desperation. They were right there from the window to the rug. They were wet, like someone had walked through snow. Patricia knelt down and ran her hand across the floor where the prints had been. It's completely dry, honey. Are you sure you weren't dreaming? Dennis moved to the window and tested the latch. Locked tight, he announced. No way anyone could have gotten in this way. The closet door was now hanging open exactly as it had been when we'd first entered the room. Dennis shined his light inside, revealing nothing but our coats and Ryan's extra pair of boots. But I heard something in there, I said, pointing at the closet. Something breathing, something scratching. Dennis stepped into the closet and moved the coats aside, checking every corner. Nothing here but spider webs and dust. I felt like I was going crazy. Everything I'd seen and heard was gone, erased as if it had never existed. But the terror I'd felt was real, and the memory of those wet footprints was burned into my mind with perfect clarity. Sometimes our minds play tricks on us in unfamiliar places, Patricia said gently, putting her arm around my shoulders, especially when we're tired and it's dark. I wasn't imagining it, I said, but even to my own ears the words sounded weak and unconvincing. Dennis and Patricia exchanged another one of those looks that lasted just a moment too long. Why don't you try to get some sleep? Dennis suggested. We'll leave our door open, and you can call if you need anything. They left Ryan and me alone in the room. Ryan looked at me with a mixture of concern and skepticism. Did you really see footprints? Yes, I said firmly, and something was in that closet, something that didn't belong there. Ryan nodded slowly. This place gives me the creeps too. I've never liked coming here, but my parents insist on it every year. I climbed back into bed, but I kept the flashlight clutched in my hand under the covers. Every shadow seemed to hide a potential threat. Every sound from outside made me tense up with fear. The wet footprints might have disappeared, but whatever had made them was still out there, still watching, still waiting. Sleep came in short, fitful bursts. Every time I began to drift off, I'd snap awake at the slightest sound. The wind in the trees, the cabin settling, the occasional creak of old wood. Ryan seemed to be having similar trouble, tossing and turning in his bed across the room. When morning finally arrived, pale gray light filtering through the dirty window, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. Dennis was already up, moving around the main room and trying to coax life from the camp stove for breakfast. How did you boys sleep? Patricia asked as Ryan and I stumbled into the kitchen area. Fine, Ryan lied, but I could see the dark circles under his eyes. I kept hearing things, I said, determined to be honest, even if the adults didn't believe me. Sounds from outside, like someone walking around the cabin. Dennis glanced up from the stove, his expression unreadable. What kind of sounds? Footsteps, and that crying sound we heard last night, but closer, like whatever was making it was right outside our window. The wind can make all sorts of noises when it moves through the trees, Patricia said, but she was looking at Dennis rather than at me. And old buildings like this one are full of creaks and groans. We ate breakfast in relative silence, instant oatmeal and coffee for the adults, hot chocolate for Ryan and me. The food tasted like cardboard, but I forced myself to eat anyway, knowing I'd need energy for whatever the day might bring. After breakfast, Dennis announced that he was going to check the generator and see if he could get the electricity working. You boys can play outside if you want, but stay close to the cabin. These woods can be dangerous if you don't know your way around. Ryan and I bundled up in our coats and boots and headed outside. The morning was crisp and clear, with bright sunlight making the snow sparkle like diamonds. In the daylight, the cabin looked less threatening, just a small building in need of some maintenance. "Want to build a snowman?" Ryan suggested, but his heart clearly wasn't in it. Instead, we found ourselves walking around the perimeter of the cabin, looking for any sign of what I'd experienced the night before. The snow around the building was pristine and undisturbed, no footprints except for the ones we were making and the tire tracks from our arrival. "If someone was walking around out here, wouldn't there be tracks?" Ryan asked. It was a logical question, and I didn't have a good answer. The snow looked like it had been undisturbed for hours, possibly days. But I knew what I'd seen inside the cabin, and I knew it hadn't been a dream. We spent the morning playing half-heartedly in the snow, building a lopsided snowman and having a brief snowball fight. But the whole time, I felt like we were being watched. The feeling was so strong that I found myself constantly glancing over my shoulder toward the tree line, expecting to see something staring back at me. "Do you feel that?" I asked Ryan during a lull in our play. "Feel what?" "Like someone's watching us." Ryan looked around nervously. "Now that you mention it, yeah. It's like the woods have eyes." We didn't talk much after that, both of us lost in our own thoughts and fears. The day seemed to drag endlessly, and I found myself looking forward to the evening, when we could at least be inside with the doors locked and the fire burning. But as the sun began to set and the shadows grew longer, I realized that the approaching night brought its own terrors. Whatever had been in our room the night before would be back, and this time I wasn't sure we'd be so lucky. I woke the next morning to the sound of frantic activity. Dennis was moving around the cabin with obvious urgency, stuffing belongings into bags and coolers. Patricia was stripping the beds and shoving linens into a large duffel bag. "What's going on?" I asked, rubbing the sleep from my eyes. "Change of plans," Dennis said without looking at me. "We're heading home early." "Why?" Ryan asked, appearing in the doorway of our room in his pajamas. "I forgot something important back home," Dennis replied, but his explanation sounded rehearsed, like he'd been practicing it. "Something that can't wait until we get back." Within 30 minutes, everything was packed and loaded into the station wagon. Ryan and I barely had time to get dressed before we were bundled into the back seat, still in our pajamas with our clothes stuffed into plastic bags. "Can't we at least eat breakfast first?" Ryan asked, but his parents ignored him. Dennis started the engine and backed out of the clearing with more speed than seemed safe on the snowy drive. I turned to look back at the cabin through the rear window, and for just a moment, I could have sworn I saw something move past one of the dark windows. The drive home was tense and silent. Dennis gripped the steering wheel with white knuckles, his eyes constantly checking the rearview mirror as if he expected something to be following us. Patricia stared straight ahead, her jaw set in a hard line. "Did something happen?" I finally asked. "Nothing happened," Dennis said, but his voice was tight with strain. "We just need to get home." Ryan and I exchanged glances. We both knew that something had definitely happened, something that had frightened his parents badly enough to make them abandon their annual vacation after just 2 days. The 3-hour drive felt like an eternity. I kept expecting Dennis to pull over and explain what was really going on, but he drove straight through without stopping. When we finally pulled into Ryan's driveway, I was almost dizzy with relief. My parents were surprised to see us back so early, but they accepted Dennis's explanation about forgetting something important. I hugged them extra tight that night, grateful to be home in my own bed, surrounded by familiar sounds and smells. But the questions remained. What had Dennis really seen or heard that morning? Why had he been so desperate to get us away from the cabin? And most importantly, what had been in our room that first night? The answers to those questions didn't come until last Christmas, 3 years later. Ryan and I were both 12 now, old enough to handle the truth, according to Dennis. Our families had gathered for their annual Christmas Eve dinner, and after the younger kids had been put to bed, the adults were sitting around the living room with their coffee and wine. "Remember that cabin trip we took a few years back?" Dennis said suddenly, looking at Ryan and me. "The one where we came home early?" Ryan and I both nodded, immediately alert. This was the conversation we'd been waiting for. "I think you boys are old enough now to hear what really happened that morning," Dennis continued, his voice serious. And I think you deserve an explanation for why we left so suddenly. Patricia looked uncomfortable, but she didn't object. Are you sure this is a good idea? They lived through it, Dennis said. They have a right to know. He took a deep breath and began his story. I got up early that morning, just after sunrise. The generator wasn't working, and I wanted to see if I could figure out what was wrong with it. I went outside and started walking around the cabin looking for the problem. Dennis paused, running his hand through his hair. That's when I saw them. Footprints in the snow, leading from the woods directly to the window of your room. But they weren't normal footprints. What do you mean? I asked, though I was pretty sure I already knew. They were too big to be human, for one thing, and they were shaped wrong, like something walking on its hands and feet, but with long, thin toes, more like claws than toes. Ryan and I exchanged glances. This matched what I'd seen inside the cabin that night, the wet prints that had mysteriously disappeared. I followed the trail around the cabin, Dennis continued. The prints went all the way around the building, stopping at every window. Whatever had made them had been checking every possible entrance, like it was looking for a way inside. Did you find where they led? I asked. Dennis nodded grimly. They went to the back of the cabin, to the old root cellar door. The door was open, and the prints went down into the cellar. But here's the thing, there were no prints coming back out. The room fell silent. I could hear my heart beating in my ears. I got my flashlight and went down into the cellar, Dennis said. It's just a small space, maybe 8 feet square, with stone walls and a dirt floor. But in the far corner, I found something that made my blood run cold. He paused, looking at each of us in turn. There was a crude nest made from old blankets and newspapers, and scattered around it were bones. Small bones like from rabbits or birds, but some of them looked different. What kind of different? Ryan asked in a whisper. Human different. Small human bones like from fingers or toes. Patricia stood up abruptly. Dennis, that's enough. They don't need to hear this. Yes, they do, Dennis said firmly. They were there. They deserve to know what was living underneath them. He turned back to us. I came upstairs and told your mother to pack immediately. While she was getting everything ready, I searched the cabin one more time. I wanted to make sure that whatever was down there hadn't gotten inside during the night. Did you find anything? I asked, though I was afraid of the answer. I checked your room last, Dennis said. Everything looked normal at first, but when I opened the closet door, I saw something that will haunt me for the rest of my life. He stopped talking, staring at his hands. What? Ryan prompted. Eyes, Dennis said quietly. Black eyes, watching me from the back of the closet. They were too low to be human, crouched down like an animal. And when I shined my flashlight on them, they reflected the light back at me like a cat's eyes. I felt cold all over. What did you do? I closed the door and got the hell out of there. Whatever was living in that cellar had found a way into the cabin, and it had been in your room while you were sleeping. Dennis looked at me directly. When you told us about the footprints that night, I knew you were telling the truth. But I also knew that if I confirmed what you'd seen, you'd be terrified. I thought it was better to let you think you'd imagined it. But the footprints were gone when you came to look, I said. No, they weren't, Dennis replied. They were still there. I could see them clearly, but I pretended they weren't because I didn't want to panic you before I could figure out what to do. The room was completely silent except for the ticking of the grandfather clock in the corner. Outside, snow was beginning to fall, and I couldn't help but think about that other snowy night when something inhuman had stalked around our cabin, looking for a way inside. Have you ever been back? Ryan asked. Dennis shook his head. Never, and we never will. That cabin has been in my family for generations, but some things are more important than tradition. He looked at both of us seriously. I want you boys to promise me something. If you ever find yourselves in a situation where you feel like you're being watched, where you hear strange sounds or see things that don't make sense, trust your instincts. Don't let anyone convince you that you're imagining things. Sometimes the scariest monsters are the ones that are completely real. As I drove home that night, I couldn't stop thinking about Dennis's words. For 3 years, I'd wondered if I'd really seen those wet footprints, if something had really been breathing in our closet. Now I knew the truth. And somehow that was more terrifying than not knowing. Because if it had happened once, it could happen again. And next time, we might not be so lucky. The snow continued to fall as I pulled into my driveway, and I found myself checking the shadows around my house before I went inside. Some fears, once planted, never really go away. They just wait in the darkness, patient and hungry, for the right moment to return. There are things that move in the spaces between what we know and what we refuse to acknowledge. In the vast emptiness of northern Canada, where civilization thins to nothing more than scattered homesteads and forgotten roads, these things find purchase in the darkness. They wait, they watch, they hunger. I learned this truth when I was 14, during a winter that seemed to stretch on forever. What I witnessed in those frozen months changed me in ways I'm still discovering. Some nights, even now, I wake to the sound of something breathing against glass, though I live in a city apartment 3 stories up. Some nights, I catch myself checking locks twice, 3 times, knowing that what hunts in the dark has learned patience. This is my account of those months. This is my warning. The creatures I encountered defy easy classification. They are not the stuff of legend or folklore, though I suspect our ancestors knew of them and created stories to keep their children close to the fire. They are real, corporeal, and far more intelligent than any wild animal has a right to be. They study us with the same cold fascination we might reserve for insects under glass, and once they notice you, they never forget. I used to live out in the country, up north in Canada, far out in the sticks. You had to bike or drive to go anywhere, aside from a small little taco stand that served food so greasy it could fuel a snowmobile. At night, it would get pretty dark too. The kind of dark that city folks never understand, where the absence of light becomes a physical presence pressing against your windows. With my mother and stepdad, we had a few small dogs and a cat. I was often left in charge of all of them while my parents worked late shifts, or disappeared into their bedroom with bottles of wine and hushed arguments. I was kind of resentful for all the extra work on top of my schooling and homework, but I loved the animals, so I couldn't blame them too much unless they made a huge mess. Then I'd be pretty ticked, but that's not the entirety of why this is relevant. What is that I would routinely take them out, all before going to bed. I would go to bed very, very late at night, like any 14-year-old with such lax parenting. My dogs would usually stay in the front yard, which was a very vast acreage of flat land with a tiny ditch running along the property line. It was easy to see the small dogs and call them back in when the cold became too much for their small frames. The winter had been particularly brutal that year. Snow fell in sheets for days at a time, and the wind howled across our property with a voice that sounded almost human. The temperature regularly dropped to -30, cold enough to freeze spit before it hit the ground. On nights like those, even our hardiest dog, Rex, would do his business quickly and bolt for the door. But that night was different. The wind had died to an unsettling stillness, and the snow had stopped falling. The silence was profound. No traffic, no distant machinery, not even the usual creaking of trees. Just the soft huff of breathing and the crunch of paws on snow. Sometimes one of the dogs would wander farther than I liked. My mother's terrier, Duchess, had a bit of a rebellious side to her, but it wasn't her who took off this night. It was the Cocker Spaniel, Penny. She was usually protective and watchful, keeping the others in line while they played. Seeing her bolt toward the back of the house sent a spike of worry through me. Frustrated and shivering in my thin jacket, I ran after her around to the back of the house, which sloped steeply toward a waterway that was an offshoot of the Red River. The slope was treacherous in winter, covered in a sheet of ice that could send you sliding all the way down to the frozen creek below. What I saw slowly sprawling across the slope coming in our direction still gives me the chills, even now, years later. These things were about chest height to me and maybe 20 feet away, moving with a deliberate predatory gait that set every nerve in my body on edge. Very grotesque looking, like they were covered in rotting dead flesh, skin that hung in strips from their frames, revealing patches of what looked like yellowed bone underneath. But they moved on all fours with an unnatural fluidity, their long legs creating an unsettling rhythm as they picked their way up the slope. The legs were wrong somehow, too long, especially in the back, giving them a hunched, hyena-like posture that spoke of barely contained aggression, but it was their faces that truly terrified me. They turned their almost rotting faces to look over at us at the top of the slope, and I felt my knees go weak. Their eyes were large and glowed in the faint light from our back porch, not reflecting the light like a normal animal's eyes might, but generating their own cold illumination, like big white marbles filled with phosphorescent fog. The glow pulsed slightly, as if synchronized with some alien heartbeat. When they looked at us, I understood with crystal clarity that we were being evaluated, measured. These weren't mindless beasts driven by hunger or territory. There was intelligence behind those eyes, cold and calculating and utterly without empathy. Luckily, Penny had frozen at the top of the slope with me, her hackles raised like a hyena's, making her appear twice her normal size. A low growl rumbled in her chest, but I could hear the terror underneath it. She knew, just as I did, that we were looking at something that shouldn't exist. The creatures were still walking and pacing around in the snow, making sure to keep an eye on us, like we were a newly discovered threat, or perhaps a newly discovered opportunity. They moved with the patience of predators who had learned that the best hunts required careful observation. I counted 4 of them, though there might have been more hiding in the shadows cast by the trees along the creek. They communicated with each other through subtle movements, a tilt of the head, a shift in posture, that suggested a level of coordination that made my skin crawl. The largest of them, positioned at the front of the group, never took its eyes off me. Even when the others would look away to scan the area or investigate something in the snow, this one maintained its steady, unblinking stare. I had the unshakable feeling that it was memorizing me, my scent, my appearance, the sound of my breathing in the cold air. Fear hit me like a physical blow. Not the sudden startle of a jump scare, but the deep, primal terror that comes from recognizing that you are prey. Every instinct I possessed screamed at me to run, but I forced myself to move slowly, deliberately. I grabbed Penny by crouching quickly, my hands shaking as I scooped her warm body against my chest. The moment I moved, all 4 creatures tensed, their glowing eyes brightening. But they didn't advance. They simply watched, as if filing away this new information for future use. Fighting the urge to bolt in panic, I backed away carefully, then turned and ran around to the side of the house toward the front door. My boots slipped on the ice and I nearly fell twice, but the terror gave me a coordination I didn't know I possessed. "Come on, come on!" I whispered frantically, calling for the other 2 dogs. Rex and Duchess were already sitting at the door, pressed against the frame as if they could will it to open. They must have sensed something was wrong long before I did. Dogs have instincts about these things that we've mostly forgotten. I fumbled with the door handle, my fingers numb from cold and adrenaline, finally managing to get us all inside. The warmth of the house hit me like a wave, but it did nothing to ease the chill that had settled into my bones. I refused to take them out after dark after that, which unfortunately resulted in plenty of messes I had to clean up. But better to clean urine from the kitchen floor than to face those things again. At least, that's what I told myself. I would occasionally see these strange things, these weird creatures wandering outside of our house after that. It gave me the creeps. They'd only look up at my house if I had the lights on, and was obviously moving around where they could see me. They were learning our patterns, I realized, studying us. During the day, I found strange tracks in the snow around our property. They were unlike anything I'd seen before, too large for dogs, too narrow for bears, with what looked like claw marks extending well beyond where normal paths would end. The tracks circled our house in wide arcs, coming closer with each circuit, as if whatever made them was slowly building up the courage for a more direct approach. But it was the way the tracks stopped abruptly at certain points that truly unnerved me. Not faded or obscured by wind, but simply ended, as if whatever made them had suddenly decided to approach from a different angle, or had learned to move without leaving traces. The worst part was the waiting. Every night, as I lay in my basement bedroom, I found myself listening for sounds that didn't belong, the soft pad of feet on snow, the scrape of claws against siding, the gentle testing of windows and doors. and sometimes, in the deepest part of the night, I heard them. Sleep became elusive after that first encounter. Every creak of the house settling, every whisper of wind against the windows, sent my heart racing. I developed the habit of checking locks multiple times before bed, though I couldn't shake the feeling that simple metal and wood wouldn't be much of a barrier if those things decided they wanted inside. The basement bedroom I'd claimed as my own had seemed like a good idea when we'd first moved in. It was larger than the upstairs rooms, cooler in summer, and gave me the privacy a 14-year-old craved. Now, surrounded by foundation walls and with only one small window that looked out onto the backyard, it felt like a trap. That window overlooked the area where I'd first seen them. During the day, I could see the slope leading down to the frozen creek, the tracks in the snow creating intricate patterns that spoke of regular visits. But at night, the window became a source of constant anxiety. I'd hung thick curtains across it, but found myself compulsively checking to make sure they were completely closed. 3 weeks after the first sighting, I woke up in the middle of the night to the radio's digital display flashing 3:17 a.m. The house was dead quiet. No furnace cycling, no refrigerator humming, just the profound silence that only comes in the deepest part of winter. I wasn't sure why I'd woken up. No unusual sounds, no dreams I could remember. Just the sudden jarring transition from sleep to full alertness that sometimes happens when your subconscious detects something your conscious mind hasn't processed yet. I lay still for several minutes, listening, waiting for whatever had disturbed me to reveal itself. That's when I realized I wasn't alone. There was something outside my window. I could sense its presence before I could see or hear it, the way you might feel someone watching you in a crowded room or notice a shadow that doesn't belong. The air in my room felt different, charged with a tension that made my skin crawl. Moving as slowly as possible, I turned my head toward the window. The curtains were still closed, but there was a wrongness to the light filtering through them. Instead of the pale blue glow of snow under starlight, there was a warmer, more focused illumination, as if something was casting its own light against the glass. Then I heard it, a soft snuffling sound, like a large dog investigating an interesting scent. But this wasn't the casual exploration of a curious animal. There was an intelligence to it, a methodical quality that suggested deliberate investigation. The basement window was set into the foundation, positioned so that someone outside would have to crouch down to look through it. The thought of one of those creatures lowering itself to peer into my room made my stomach clench with revulsion. I forced myself to remain perfectly still, though every muscle in my body was tensed for flight. Moving might attract its attention, let it know that I was awake and aware of its presence. Better to let it think I was sleeping. The snuffling continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then gradually I became aware of a new element, the sound of breathing that didn't belong to me. Slow, measured inhalations and exhalations, occasionally punctuated by what sounded almost like whispered words in a language I didn't recognize. The breathing seemed to be coming from directly in front of the window, close enough to fog the glass. I could picture it out there, crouched in the snow, its grotesque face pressed against the cold surface as it tried to peer through the curtains. Then came the tapping. Soft at first, almost gentle, like someone politely requesting entry. Tap, tap, tap against the glass, followed by a pause, then 3 more taps. The pattern repeated several times, and I began to understand with growing horror that it was trying to get my attention. It wanted me to look. The tapping grew more insistent, the pauses shorter. Whatever was out there was losing patience with my lack of response. Part of me, the curious, rational part, wanted to peek through the curtains to finally get a clear look at what had been haunting our property. But a deeper, more primitive part of my brain screamed warnings about what might happen if I made eye contact with the thing outside. Then, abruptly, the tapping stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse than the sounds had been. I strained to hear any indication of movement. Footsteps in the snow, the rustle of fabric. Anything that might tell me where it had gone. But there was nothing. Minutes passed. My muscles began to cramp from holding the same position, but I didn't dare move. For all I knew, it was still there, watching, waiting for me to betray my awareness. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I heard a new sound, a low, guttural vocalization that might have been communication or might have been frustration. It was answered by a similar sound from somewhere farther away, then another from a different direction entirely. They were coordinating, talking to each other. The realization hit me like ice water. These weren't solitary creatures that had randomly discovered our property. They were a group, possibly even a family or pack, and they were actively working together to study us. More concerning was the implication that they had developed enough interest in our household to station watchers. The one at my window hadn't been there by accident. It had been assigned to observe, to learn our patterns and vulnerabilities. I lay frozen in my bed until dawn, listening to the occasional sound of movement around the house. They circled the property several times, their footsteps creating a complex pattern in the snow that I would discover later. But they never tried to enter, never tested doors or other windows. They were being patient, learning. When the first gray light of dawn finally crept through the curtains, I heard them withdraw. Not fleeing, but conducting what sounded like an orderly retreat, their footsteps growing fainter as they moved back toward the creek and whatever shelter they'd found in the woods beyond. I finally allowed myself to move, my joints stiff and aching from hours of immobility. The relief of daylight was overwhelming, but it came with the knowledge that they would be back, and next time, they might be bolder. I never told my parents about that night. How could I explain that we were being watched by things that shouldn't exist, that they were studying us with the patience of scientists and the hunger of predators? Instead, I began my own investigation. If these creatures were real, and the evidence of my senses insisted they were, then they had to have some basis in the natural world. They had to fit into some category of known phenomena, even if they challenged our understanding of what was possible. But as I would soon discover, some things exist in the spaces between categories, in the gaps where our knowledge fails and our assumptions crumble. Some things are content to remain mysteries, patient and watchful in the dark. The school library in our tiny town was a joke. 3 dusty rooms with books that seemed to predate the internet by decades. But it was the only resource I had, and I was desperate for answers. Every day after classes, I would bike the 5 miles to town and spend hours hunched over outdated encyclopedias and regional history texts, searching for any mention of creatures that matched what I'd seen. The librarian, Mrs. Chen, was a thin woman with worried eyes who seemed perpetually startled by the presence of actual patrons. She watched me with growing concern as my research became more frantic, more focused on local legends and wildlife behavior. "Researching for a school project?" she asked one afternoon, hovering near my table as I flipped through a book about northern Canadian fauna. "Something like that," I muttered, not looking up from a grainy photograph of a timber wolf. The proportions were wrong, but it was the closest thing I'd found to what I'd witnessed. You know, if you're interested in local stories, you might want to talk to some of the older folks in town. They remember things that never made it into books. That gave me an idea. Over the next few days, I started hanging around the general store and the gas station, places where people gathered to gossip and share stories. I learned to listen for fragments of conversation that might be relevant, to ask casual questions that wouldn't mark me as someone obsessed with the impossible. Old Henrik Volkov, who ran the bait shop, was the most promising source. He'd lived in the area for 70 years, back when there were still trappers and prospectors working the deep woods. When I mentioned seeing strange tracks around our property, his weathered face went very still. "You best stay close to the house after dark," he said quietly, not meeting my eyes. "Some things are better left alone." "What kind of things?" He was quiet for so long I thought he wasn't going to answer. Then, almost whispering, he said, "My grandfather called them the Hollow Ones. Said they came up from the deep places during the hardest winters when the ice got thick enough to support their weight." "What did they look like?" Henrik's hands trembled slightly as he arranged fishing lures on the counter. "Like death walking around in skin that didn't fit quite right. He said they were always hungry, but not for food. Hungry for something else. Warmth, maybe. Life. Did anyone ever see them clearly?" Some did. Those folks mostly ended up dead or disappeared. He finally looked at me directly, his pale blue eyes full of ancient worry. Whatever you think you saw out there, son, you need to forget about it. And you need to keep your family safe. The conversation left me more unsettled than before. If Henrik's grandfather had known about these creatures, that meant they'd been in the area for generations. It also meant that other people had encountered them and suffered for it. I started paying more attention to local newspaper archives, looking for patterns in missing persons reports or unexplained deaths. What I found was disturbing, a steady trickle of disappearances over the decades, mostly during the coldest months, mostly people who lived in isolated areas like ours. The reports were frustratingly vague. Search parties would find strange tracks that led nowhere, personal belongings discovered in impossible locations. Witnesses who spoke of seeing figures moving through the trees that couldn't have been human, but weren't quite animal either. Most disturbing were the accounts from survivors, people who'd encountered something in the woods and lived to tell about it. Their stories shared common elements: glowing eyes, rotting flesh, and intelligence that felt malevolent and alien. Many of them had been dismissed as traumatized or delusional, but the consistency of their descriptions was hard to ignore. At home, the situation was deteriorating. My parents had noticed my changed behavior, the constant checking of locks, the refusal to take the dogs out after dark, the way I flinched at unexpected sounds. They attributed it to typical teenage moodiness, but I could see growing concern in their faces. The dogs were affected too. They'd become nervous and clingy, reluctant to go outside even during the day. Penny, who had always been brave to the point of recklessness, now cowered behind the couch whenever the wind rattled the windows. Rex had started having what looked like nightmares, whimpering and pawing at the air in his sleep. The tracks around our house were becoming more numerous and more complex. They formed intricate patterns that suggested planning and coordination. Some mornings, I would find them arranged in perfect circles around the house, as if the creatures had performed some kind of ritual in the snow. More disturbing were the signs that they were testing our defenses. Scratches appeared on the siding near windows and doors, too high to be made by any normal animal. Garbage cans were overturned with surgical precision, their contents examined but not consumed. Tools left in the yard were moved to different locations, arranged in ways that suggested intelligence and purpose. I began sleeping with a flashlight under my pillow and a knife from the kitchen hidden in my dresser drawer. Not that I thought either would be particularly effective against creatures that could outrun and overpower me without effort, but they provided a psychological comfort that helped me get through the nights. The worst part was the waiting. I could feel them out there, watching, planning, growing bolder with each passing day. Their visits were becoming more frequent and more invasive. Sometimes I would wake to find new scratches on my bedroom window, as if something had been trying to work its claws under the frame. I started having dreams where I could see through their eyes, looking back at our house from the edge of the woods. In these dreams, our home appeared impossibly bright and warm, a beacon of life in the cold wilderness. And I understood with dream logic clarity that this warmth was exactly what they wanted. They were hungry for it, not just the heat, but the essence of life itself, the electrical activity of our brains, the chemical energy of our blood, the spark of consciousness that separated us from mere meat. And they were patient enough to wait for the perfect moment to take it. By late February, the situation had become untenable. The creatures' visits were now a nightly occurrence, and their behavior was growing increasingly bold. They no longer retreated at the first sign of dawn, sometimes lingering until full daylight before disappearing into the woods. My parents had started to notice the damage around the property: scratches on doors and windows, overturned items in the yard, strange impressions in the snow that couldn't be explained away as deer tracks or wind patterns. My stepfather had even mentioned installing security cameras, though I doubted conventional surveillance would capture anything useful. The dogs were becoming unbearable to live with. They barked constantly at windows and doors, their fur standing on end at sounds only they could hear. Duchess had developed a nervous habit of circling the same spot on the kitchen floor for hours at a time. Rex refused to eat unless someone stayed with him, and Penny had begun hiding under furniture whenever the sun started to set. Something was building toward a climax. I could feel it in the quality of the silence outside, in the way the creatures moved with increasing confidence around our property. They were preparing for something, and I had the sick certainty that whatever they were planning would happen soon. The confrontation came on a night when my parents had driven to town for dinner and a movie, leaving me alone with the animals. I tried to talk them out of going, making excuses about feeling sick or needing help with homework, but they insisted I was old enough to handle a few hours by myself. As their car disappeared down the driveway, I felt a wave of vulnerability wash over me. The house suddenly seemed enormous and full of hidden spaces where threats could lurk. Every shadow held potential danger. Every sound carried sinister implications. I'd prepared as well as I could. All the doors and windows were locked, with chairs propped against the handles for extra security. I'd gathered the animals in the living room where I could keep an eye on all of them, and positioned myself with clear sight lines to multiple exits. But as darkness fell, I realized how inadequate my preparations really were. The first sign came from the dogs. All three of them suddenly went rigid, their heads turning in unison toward the back of the house. Their ears were flattened against their skulls, and low growls rumbled in their chests like distant thunder. Then I heard it, a sound I'd been dreading for weeks. The soft scrape of claws against wood coming from somewhere near the back door. Not the random scratching of an animal marking territory, but the deliberate probing of something testing for weakness. The scratching stopped abruptly, replaced by a more disturbing sound, what sounded like whispered conversation in a language I couldn't understand. Multiple voices, coordinating their efforts, planning. I grabbed my flashlight and crept toward the back of the house, staying low and moving as quietly as possible. The dogs followed me, their fear overridden by loyalty and pack instinct. Through the kitchen window, I caught glimpses of movement in the yard, pale shapes flowing between the trees like predatory ghosts. The back door suddenly shuddered in its frame, as if something heavy had thrown itself against it. The deadbolt held, but I could see the wood around the lock starting to splinter. They weren't just testing anymore. They were trying to get in. I ran back to the living room and grabbed the cordless phone, my hand shaking as I dialed my parents' cell number. The call went straight to voicemail. They must have been in the movie theater where phones were supposed to be turned off. Another impact against the back door, harder this time. The sound of splintering wood was clearly audible, and I knew it wouldn't hold much longer. I needed a plan, but my mind was frozen with terror and indecision. That's when I heard the sound that nearly stopped my heart, the slow, deliberate turning of the front door handle. While I had been focused on the back door, they'd circled around to try the main entrance. The door was locked, but as I watched in horror, the handle continued to turn with mechanical precision. They were learning how our mechanisms worked, testing the limits of our technology. The handle snapped back to its normal position, followed by what sounded like frustrated muttering. But the reprieve was temporary. Within seconds, I heard the soft scraping of claws against the doorframe, probing for gaps or weaknesses. I was trapped. They had the house surrounded, and it was only a matter of time before they found a way in. The windows were too small for me to escape through, and even if I could, they would see me the moment I tried to run. That's when inspiration struck. If they were drawn to warmth and life, maybe I could use that against them. Create a distraction that would give me enough time to reach help. I ran to the basement and grabbed several space heaters from storage, plugging them in around the living room and turning them to maximum heat. Then I opened the refrigerator and began pulling out every piece of meat I could find. Steaks, chicken, anything that might carry the scent of blood and life. The plan was desperate and probably suicidal, but it was all I had. I would use the heated meat to create a powerful lure, hopefully drawing them to one side of the house while I escaped from the other. I arranged the meat near the back door, where the scratching sounds were loudest, then set up the space heaters to create a warm pocket of air that would carry the scent. The dogs watched me with confusion and growing anxiety, sensing that something significant was about to happen. The effect was immediate. The sounds of movement outside became more agitated, more focused. I could hear them gathering near the back of the house, drawn by the concentrated scent of warmth and blood. This was my chance. I gathered the dogs and crept toward the front door, moving as quietly as possible. My plan was to reach the car in the driveway and drive to town for help, assuming the keys were where my stepfather usually left them. I slowly unlocked the front door, wincing at every small sound the mechanism made. The dogs pressed close to my legs, trembling but ready to follow my lead. Through the window, I could see that the front yard was clear. All the creatures seemed to have moved to investigate the distraction at the back of the house. I opened the door and stepped outside. The cold hit me like a physical blow, but I forced myself to move quickly across the snow toward the car. We were halfway there when I realized my mistake. The keys weren't in the ignition where I'd hoped. My stepfather must have taken them inside, and now we were exposed in the open yard with no shelter and no easy escape route. That's when I heard the sound that shattered my hopes, a long, piercing howl from behind the house, answered by similar calls from multiple directions. They'd discovered my ruse and were communicating our location to the others. Within seconds, shapes began emerging from the tree line around the property. They moved with the coordinated precision of a military unit, cutting off potential escape routes and herding us toward the center of the yard. I found myself face to face with the largest of the creatures, the one I'd first seen on the slope weeks ago. Up close, the details of its appearance were even more horrifying than I'd remembered. Its flesh hung in rotting strips that revealed patches of yellowed bone underneath. Its eyes glowed with that same cold phosphorescence, but now I could see intelligence behind them, ancient, patient, and utterly alien. It studied me for a long moment, tilting its head like a curious predator examining prey. When it opened its mouth, I expected to see fangs or some other obvious weapon. Instead, I saw rows of perfectly human teeth, white and straight and completely wrong in that decaying face. "We have been watching," it said in a voice like wind through dried leaves. "Learning. You interest us." The fact that it could speak, that it was capable of human language, somehow made the situation infinitely worse. This wasn't a simple predator acting on instinct. This was something that could think, plan, and communicate its intentions. "What do you want?" I managed to whisper. It smiled, and the expression was more terrifying than any snarl would have been. "To understand. You burn so brightly in the dark. We wonder what it would be like to carry that warmth inside us." The other creatures had formed a loose circle around us, their glowing eyes creating a constellation of malevolent stars in the darkness. The dogs huddled against my legs, whimpering but not fleeing. They knew, as I did, that running would only trigger a chase reflex. "Your family will return soon," the creature continued. "We will wait. We have learned patience in our long years beneath the ice." That revelation hit me like a sledgehammer. They weren't just opportunistic predators. They were ancient things that had been waiting in the frozen depths for the right moment to emerge. And somehow, our family had attracted their attention. "Please," I said, though I wasn't sure what I was asking for. Mercy, from something that clearly didn't understand the concept. Time to prepare for the inevitable. The creature's smile widened, and I noticed that its teeth weren't quite as human as I'd first thought. They were too sharp, too numerous, designed for tearing rather than chewing. "You may choose," it said. "Come with us now, willingly, and your family will be left unharmed. Or wait for their return, and we will take all of you together." The choice was no choice at all, but it gave me something to focus on other than pure terror. I needed to buy time to think of some way out of this nightmare. "If I come with you," I said, "how do I know you'll keep your word?" "You don't," it replied, with what might have been amusement. "But we are not entirely without honor. We take only what we need, when we need it. Your sacrifice would sustain us for many seasons." As it spoke, I became aware of a new sound in the distance, the low rumble of an approaching car engine. My parents were coming home early, driving straight into a situation they couldn't possibly understand or survive. The creature heard it too, its head swiveling toward the road with predatory alertness. The others in the circle shifted restlessly, their excitement growing as they sensed approaching prey. "It seems your family has made the choice for you," it said. The headlights swept across the yard as my parents' car pulled into the driveway, illuminating the nightmare scene that awaited them. I saw my mother's face through the windshield, her expression changing from casual homecoming to shock to terror in the space of a heartbeat. The car skidded to a stop, and I could hear my stepfather shouting something to my mother, probably telling her to lock the doors and call for help. But the creatures were already moving, flowing across the snow with inhuman speed to surround the vehicle. "No!" I screamed, breaking free from my paralysis. "Leave them alone. I'll go with you." The largest creature, their leader, I realized, raised a hand to halt the others. They stopped moving but maintained their positions around the car, ready to act at the first sign of resistance. "Your offer is noted," it said, "but circumstances have changed. We had not planned to harvest so much life force at once, but opportunity rarely announces itself." Through the car windows, I could see my parents' terrified faces. My mother was frantically trying to use her cell phone, but we were too far from any cell tower for the signal to reach. My stepfather had pulled something from the glove compartment, probably the small pistol he kept for emergencies, but even from this distance I could see his hands shaking. The weapon would be useless against these things. I doubted conventional bullets would even slow them down, and the sound would only serve to alert them that he was armed and dangerous. "Please," I said again, stepping closer to the lead creature. "Take me and let them go. I'm young, healthy. I'll last longer than 2 adults." For a moment, something that might have been consideration flickered across its rotting features. Then it shook its head with what looked like genuine regret. "You misunderstand our nature," it said. "We do not simply consume flesh or blood. We feed on the spark of consciousness itself, the electrical patterns that make you more than mere meat. Fear enhances this process, makes the energy more potent. Your family's terror will make their essence particularly nourishing." The casual way it described the process of consuming our life force made my stomach lurch. These things didn't just kill their prey, they literally ate their souls, their consciousness, everything that made them human. But there was something in its explanation that gave me an idea. If they fed on consciousness and fear enhanced the process, then maybe the opposite was also true. Maybe peace or acceptance would make the energy less appetizing. It was a desperate gamble, but desperation was all I had left. I forced myself to relax, to let go of the terror that had been driving me for weeks. Instead of fighting the situation, I tried to accept it. If this was how my story ended, then at least I could try to save my family in the process. The change in my emotional state was immediate and noticeable. The lead creature's glowing eyes flickered with what looked like confusion, and several of the others tilted their heads as if trying to understand what had changed. "Interesting," it murmured. "Your energy signature has altered. You are no longer afraid." "I'm tired of being afraid," I said, and realized it was true. The constant vigilance, the sleepless nights, the crushing weight of keeping this secret, I was exhausted by all of it. "If you're going to kill us, just do it. But stop playing with us first." The creature stepped closer, studying me with renewed interest. When it spoke again, its voice carried a note of respect that hadn't been there before. "You are stronger than we anticipated. Most humans break long before reaching this point. Most humans probably don't have weeks to get used to the idea." It made a sound that might have been laughter, dry and rustling, like autumn leaves in the wind. "True. We have been less subtle than usual, but your family's energy signatures were particularly intriguing. We wanted to study you before the harvest." Behind us, I could hear my stepfather shouting through the car window, demanding to know what was happening. The sound of his voice broke my heart, but I forced myself to maintain the emotional calm that seemed to be confusing our captors. "What would it take for you to let them go?" I asked. "Nothing you could provide," it replied. "We have waited too long, spent too much energy emerging from the deep places. The hunger is too great now to be satisfied with partial measures." That's when I noticed something that gave me hope. The other creatures were becoming restless, shifting from foot to foot in a way that suggested discomfort. My emotional state was affecting them somehow, making the prospect of feeding less appealing. "You feed on fear," I said, pieces of the puzzle clicking together in my mind. But what happens when there is no fear? What happens when your prey accepts death willingly? The lead creature's expression grew wary. You speak of things beyond your understanding. Do I? You said fear enhances the feeding process. That implies there's something about terror that makes consciousness more digestible. So what happens when that enhancement isn't there? I took another step closer, and this time the creature actually backed away slightly. The others in the circle were making low, agitated sounds, like predators who had suddenly realized their prey might be poisonous. You become just another predator fighting for survival, I continued, understanding flooding through me. Without the fear, without the enhanced energy, feeding on us becomes a desperate act instead of a feast. And desperate acts have consequences. The creature's eyes flared brighter, and I could see anger replacing the cold calculation that had been there before. You think you understand, but you see only fragments of a larger truth. Then explain it to me. What are you really? For a long moment I thought it wouldn't answer. Then, in a voice heavy with ancient weariness, it said, "We are what remains when life grows too cold, when the spark of consciousness begins to fade. We were like you once, long ago, before the ice came and drove us deep into the earth. We learned to feed on the warmth of others to maintain our own existence, but the process changed us, made us into something neither alive nor dead." The revelation reframed everything. These weren't alien predators or supernatural monsters. They were people, or had been people, who had found a way to survive in conditions that should have killed them. The cost of that survival had been their humanity, but they retained enough of their original nature to understand what they had lost. How long? I asked. Centuries, maybe longer. Time moves differently in the deep places, where the Earth's heat keeps the ice at bay. I could hear my parents getting out of their car, my stepfather shouting at them to stay back while my mother called my name in a voice thick with terror. They were going to try to rescue me, which would only get them killed. There has to be another way, I said desperately. Some alternative to feeding on conscious beings. Perhaps, it admitted. But alternatives require exploration, experimentation. We have grown comfortable with what we know works. Comfortable killing people. Comfortable surviving, it corrected. You would do the same in our position. Maybe it was right. Maybe anyone faced with the choice between death and becoming a monster would choose monstrosity. But that didn't make it acceptable, and it didn't mean there weren't other options. What if we helped you find alternatives? I said. My family, other people in the area. What if we worked together to find a way for you to survive without killing? The creature laughed, but there was no humor in the sound. Your kind fears us too much for cooperation. You would study us perhaps, but only to find better ways to destroy us. Some would, but not everyone. Not if they understood what you really are. I could see doubt creeping into its expression, the possibility of hope warring with centuries of bitter experience. The other creatures had grown quieter, as if they too were considering possibilities they'd never allowed themselves to imagine. But the moment of potential understanding was shattered by the sharp crack of a gunshot. My stepfather had finally worked up the courage to fire, though his shot went wide and struck one of the smaller creatures in the shoulder. The wounded thing screamed, a sound like tearing metal, and staggered backward, black fluid streaming from the wound. The lead creature's expression hardened instantly, all traces of doubt or consideration vanishing. "Negotiations are ended," it snarled. They moved as one, flowing toward my parents with deadly intent. I ran after them, shouting for my family to get back in the car, to drive away and leave me behind. But they were too frightened to think clearly, too focused on trying to reach me to understand the danger. What followed was a nightmare of violence and chaos. The creatures moved too fast for human reflexes, their rotting forms proving surprisingly resilient to physical damage. My stepfather managed to fire 3 more shots before they overwhelmed him, and while the bullets clearly caused pain, they didn't slow the attack significantly. I reached my parents just as the lead creature seized my mother by the throat. Its grip was gentle, almost careful, but I could see the light beginning to fade from her eyes as it began the feeding process. "Stop!" I screamed, throwing myself between them. Take me instead. I'm what you really want." The creature paused, my mother suspended in its grasp like a rag doll. "You still do not understand. We want all of you." The fear has returned, enhanced by desperation and love. You are all perfectly ripe for harvest. That's when I realized my last mistake. By trying to save my parents by allowing terror and desperation to flood back into my emotional state, I'd restored exactly the conditions the creatures needed to feed effectively. My brief moment of acceptance and calm had been the only thing protecting us, and I'd thrown it away. But as the creature's free hand reached for me, I heard something that changed everything, the distant sound of approaching vehicles, multiple engines moving fast across the frozen ground. Henrik Volkov had kept his word. Somehow, the old man had realized what was happening and brought help. Through the darkness, I could see headlights bouncing across the rough terrain as trucks and snowmobiles converged on our property. The creatures heard them too, their heads turning in unison toward the approaching lights. For the first time since this nightmare began, I saw something like uncertainty in their glowing eyes. "It seems your community is more observant than we believed," the lead creature said. "No matter. We can feed quickly and withdraw before they arrive." But as the vehicles drew closer, I could see that Henrik hadn't just brought a few concerned neighbors. There were dozens of lights, suggesting a coordinated response that had been planned in advance. The old man had known this day would come, and he'd prepared for it. The first snowmobile crested the hill overlooking our property, and I could see Henrik himself driving it, with what looked like some kind of improvised flamethrower mounted on the front. Behind him came others, people I recognized from town, all armed with unusual weapons that suggested they had experience dealing with these creatures. "The Deep Dwellers!" Henrik shouted as he drove into the yard. "I told you to keep your family safe!" The flamethrower roared to life, sending a stream of fire across the snow toward the nearest creature. The thing screamed and retreated, its rotting flesh evidently vulnerable to intense heat. The other creatures released their intended victims and began backing toward the tree line, their confidence evaporating in the face of organized resistance. "They fear fire," Henrik called out as more vehicles arrived. "Always have. Burns away the cold that keeps them animated." The lead creature shot me one last look of what might have been respect or regret before melting into the shadows with its companions. Within minutes, they had vanished completely, leaving behind only tracks in the snow and the lingering scent of decay. My family and I were safe, but the knowledge of what existed in the darkness beyond our property would never leave us. We moved away before spring, relocating to a city where the lights never completely went out and the spaces between buildings were too small for ancient horrors to hide. But sometimes, on the coldest nights, I still wake to the sound of breathing against glass. And I know that somewhere in the deep places, patient and hungry, they are still waiting, watching, learning, and planning their return. I started out late, just a little after 10, and the sky was pouring rain like it was determined to drench every inch of Bucks County. Not the best conditions, but I'd driven these roads 100 times. The weatherman had warned about flash flooding, but I figured I could beat the worst of it. My hands trembled slightly as I gripped the steering wheel, though I told myself it was just the cold seeping through the car's aging heating system. The wipers were working overtime, swiping at the windshield so fast it was almost hypnotic. Each sweep revealed only brief glimpses of the road ahead before the glass became obscured again by sheets of water. The familiar landmarks I usually counted on, the old barn, the crooked mailbox, the weathered billboard advertising some long-closed diner, all blurred into indistinct shapes in the darkness. My stomach clenched with each lightning flash that illuminated the countryside in stark white relief. In those split seconds of harsh light, the trees looked twisted and wrong, their branches reaching toward the road like gnarled fingers. Thunder followed, deep and rolling, vibrating through my chest and making my teeth ache. The radio crackled with static between weather warnings, the announcer's voice cutting in and out. Dangerous conditions. Avoid unnecessary travel. Flooding reported en route. Part of me wanted to pull over and wait it out, but another part insisted I'd be fine. Besides, I was only about 45 minutes from home, and the idea of my warm, dry house kept me pushing forward. The gas gauge hovered near empty. adding another layer of anxiety to the drive. I should have filled up earlier, but I'd been running late from dinner with friends, their laughter and warmth now seeming like memories from another lifetime. Every few minutes, my phone would buzz with worried texts from my mother. "Drive safe, honey. This storm is getting worse." I couldn't safely reach for it to respond, but I could see the screen lighting up in my peripheral vision, a blue glow that somehow made the darkness outside seem even more oppressive. The heating vents rattled as they pushed out lukewarm air, barely keeping the windshield from fogging up completely. As I drove deeper into the rural stretch of highway, the streetlights became sparse, then disappeared entirely. My headlights carved a narrow tunnel through the rain, revealing only a few yards of slick asphalt at a time. The yellow lines seemed to waver and dance in the water, making it difficult to judge where the road ended and the shoulders began. More than once, I felt the car drift slightly before jerking it back into the center of the lane. A quarter hour into the drive, I found myself scanning the darkness on either side of the road, my eyes darting between the windshield and the murky shapes of the forest beyond. I'd hit a deer once before, years ago, and the memory of that sickening impact still haunted me. The insurance paperwork, the crumpled hood, the way the animal had appeared out of nowhere. It all came flooding back as I navigated through this storm. That's when I noticed something looming in my lane, way off in the distance. At first, I thought it might be a fallen tree branch or debris from the storm. But as I strained to see through the rain-streaked windshield, the shape began to take on a more defined form. It stood impossibly tall, maybe 8 or 9 feet, with long, thin limbs that seemed to stretch upward into the darkness above my headlight beams. My pulse hammered at the base of my throat as I lifted my foot off the gas pedal. The shape didn't move like any animal I'd ever seen. It swayed slightly, as if caught in a wind I couldn't feel from inside my car, but remained planted in the center of the lane like some grotesque scarecrow. My mouth went dry, and I realized I'd been holding my breath for what felt like minutes. The high beams illuminated everything else on the road, the painted lines, the wet asphalt, the guardrail running along the shoulder. But this thing seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. It was like looking at a hole cut into reality, a dark absence where something should have been visible. My rational mind scrambled for explanations. A trick of the rain, shadows from overhanging branches, fatigue playing with my vision after a long day. But the longer I stared, the more solid it became. I could make out what might have been a head, though it was far too large and oddly shaped to belong to any creature I knew. The neck, if that's what it was, seemed to bend at impossible angles, tilting this way and that as if the thing were listening for something. My knuckles turned white as I gripped the steering wheel harder, my wedding ring cutting into my finger. The car wobbled slightly as I continued to slow down, tires struggling for purchase on the water-slicked pavement. In the distance behind me, I could see another pair of headlights, someone else brave or foolish enough to be out in this weather. Part of me wanted to stop completely, to wait and see if the other driver could see what I was seeing, but I was too terrified to take my foot off the brake pedal for even a second. A few 100 feet away from this thing, I glanced down at my speedometer and realized I was still going faster than I'd thought, nearly 40 miles per hour despite feeling like I was crawling. The rain seemed to intensify, drumming against the roof of my car with increasing violence. Each drop hit like a tiny hammer, creating a rhythm that matched my racing heartbeat. Letting out a shaky breath, I gripped the wheel tighter, bracing for an impact I was certain would come. In my mind, I could already hear the sickening crunch of metal and glass, feel the airbag deploying against my face. I'd never been in a serious accident before, and the anticipation was almost worse than whatever was about to happen. My entire body tensed, muscles coiled like springs ready to absorb the shock. Water pelted the windshield and the wipers made a groaning noise as they whipped back and forth, their rubber blades starting to streak rather than clear. The sound was hypnotic and maddening at the same time, a constant background rhythm that seemed to mock my terror. Through the chaos of rain and mechanical noise, that shape ahead remained perfectly still, as if it existed in a pocket of calm while the storm raged around it. But as I drew closer, something impossible happened. The figure started flickering at the edges, like a bad television signal cutting in and out. One moment it was solid and terrifying, the next it seemed translucent, as if I could see through it to the empty road beyond. My vision blurred for a split second. Whether from tears of fear or simple strain, I couldn't tell. I fiddled with the wiper controls, cranking them to maximum speed, desperate for a clearer view. The old motor whined in protest, but the blades moved faster, clearing away more water with each pass. Still, that shadow remained just outside the full reach of my headlights, dancing on the edge of visibility like something that couldn't decide whether to exist or not. Before I could fully comprehend what was happening, the silhouette vanished entirely. One moment I was bearing down on what looked like certain collision with some impossible creature. The next, I saw only empty asphalt glistening in the wet glare of my high beams. My foot slammed on the brakes instinctively, even though there was nothing left to avoid. The car shuddered to a complete stop in the middle of the highway, hazard lights automatically blinking to life. I sat there for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds, engine idling, wipers still frantically sweeping back and forth across the windshield. My entire body shook, not from cold this time, but from pure adrenaline and confusion. Behind me, that other car I'd noticed was getting closer, its headlights growing brighter in my rearview mirror. I let out a ragged exhale, scanning the road ahead and the ditches on either side with desperate intensity. The grass alongside the highway bent and swayed in the wind, creating moving shadows that made me jump every few seconds. Nothing looked even remotely like what I'd just seen, or thought I'd seen. A car behind me honked, still a good distance away, but approaching fast enough that I knew I had to move. Forcing myself to tap the gas pedal, I rolled forward at a crawl, every nerve ending on high alert. Rain continued to hammer against the roof and windshield, but now it sounded different. More aggressive, more personal, as if the storm itself had taken notice of my terror and decided to press its advantage. I muttered curses under my breath, half convinced I was losing my mind, trying to rationalize away what had just happened. Maybe it had been a tree after all, I told myself, a dead oak or maple, stripped of leaves by the storm, creating an optical illusion in the rain and darkness. People saw things all the time while driving, especially in bad weather, especially when they were tired and stressed. There had to be a logical explanation. There always was. My hands were slick with sweat despite the cool air flowing from the vents. That's when something smaller dashed right in front of my grill, moving from left to right across the highway in a blur of motion. This time, there was no advance warning, no chance to slow down or prepare. Whatever it was appeared in my headlight beam for maybe half a second, before disappearing into the darkness on the opposite side of the road. My chest tightened, every muscle in my body clenching as I braced for impact. I could almost feel the thud of flesh against metal, hear the crack of bones and the scrape of something being dragged under my wheels. But nothing happened. No sound except the continued whisper of tires on wet pavement and the relentless drumming of rain. The road ahead remained clear and empty. For several long moments, I thought I might actually be having some kind of mental breakdown. The stress of work, the fight I'd had with my sister last week, the financial worries that kept me awake at night. Maybe it was all catching up with me at once. People talked about seeing things that weren't there when they were pushed to their breaking point. Was that what was happening to me? I eased the car down to an even slower crawl, maybe 15 miles per hour, and craned my neck to check the rearview mirror. I expected to see a writhing body on the pavement behind me, some evidence of the collision that I'd somehow failed to feel. But the road was empty, rain-slicked asphalt reflecting my taillights in an unbroken red streak. No animal, no blood, no sign that anything had ever been there at all. The car that had been following me finally caught up and passed with an angry blast of its horn, the driver probably thinking I was drunk or having car trouble. I watched their taillights disappear into the storm ahead, leaving me alone again with the rain and the darkness and the growing certainty that something was very, very wrong. The remaining half-hour home passed in a haze of paranoia and exhaustion. Every shadow moving in my peripheral vision made me jump. Every flicker of movement, branches swaying in the wind, puddles splashing as other cars passed, sent jolts of electricity through my nervous system. My hands ached from gripping the steering wheel so tightly, and by the time I finally pulled into my driveway, I realized I'd been clenching my jaw for miles. I rushed inside, not even bothering to grab my purse from the passenger seat, and immediately called my boyfriend. The words tumbled out in a panicked stream, practically tripping over each other as I tried to describe what I'd seen, or thought I'd seen, on the highway. He listened patiently, making soothing noises at the right moments, but I could tell he was struggling to understand what had me so shaken. "Maybe it was just the bad weather," he offered gently. "You know how rain can create optical illusions, especially at night. And you've been working so many extra hours lately. When's the last time you got a full night's sleep?" His voice was warm and reasonable, exactly what I needed to hear, but it also carried a note of concern that made my stomach twist. Even he thought I might be cracking under pressure. I tried to explain about the way the shapes had moved, the unnatural height of the first figure, the impossible speed of the second. But the more I talked, the more absurd it all sounded, even to my own ears. How do you describe something that defied description? How do you convey the bone-deep certainty that what you'd witnessed was real when you had no proof, no evidence beyond your own fractured memories? That night, sleep felt impossible. I lay in bed listening to the rain continue to pelt my windows, each drop sounding like tiny fingers tapping against the glass. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw those silhouettes again. The towering figure that had stood in my lane. The smaller shape that had darted across the road like some kind of phantom. Normal deer sightings didn't leave me feeling this unsteady, this fundamentally shaken. The house creaked and settled around me, old wood expanding and contracting with the temperature changes brought by the storm. Sounds I'd never noticed before seemed amplified in the darkness. The hum of the refrigerator, the tick of the grandfather clock in the hallway, the whisper of air moving through the heating ducts. Each noise made me tense, waiting for something else to announce itself. Around 3 a.m, I gave up on sleep entirely and padded to the kitchen to make tea. The familiar ritual of boiling water and steeping chamomile helped calm my nerves slightly. But when I looked out the window above the sink, I found myself scanning the yard for any sign of movement. The security light cast a pale circle on the wet grass, and beyond its reach, everything disappeared into impenetrable black. What terrified me most wasn't just what I'd seen, but what I hadn't been able to see clearly. The uncertainty gnawed at me like physical pain. Had those shapes been real? If so, what were they? And if they weren't real, what did that say about my mental state? Both possibilities filled me with equal amounts of dread. I woke up far too early, eyes gritty and burning from the few hours of fitful rest I'd managed to grab. Even in the bright morning sunlight streaming through my bedroom curtains, I couldn't shake the images from the night before. They clung to my consciousness like cobwebs, impossible to brush away completely. My body ached as if I'd spent the night running rather than lying in bed. Normally, I'd grab breakfast and scroll through social media for a while, easing into the day at a comfortable pace. But that morning found me hunched over my laptop at the kitchen table, frantically searching every corner of the internet for some kind of logical explanation. I typed in search terms I'd never used before. Deer collisions, optical illusions rain, highway mirages, stress hallucinations. The results were frustratingly inconclusive. I found dozens of articles about normal deer behavior, advice for avoiding wildlife collisions, and scientific explanations for various types of visual distortions, but nothing matched what I'd experienced. The descriptions were all too mundane, too ordinary to account for the otherworldly terror I'd felt on that rain-soaked highway. Some forum posts discussed people seeing things while driving, usually attributed to fatigue, medication side effects, or underlying health conditions. One thread was devoted to something called highway hypnosis, where drivers would enter a trance-like state during long trips and experience visual distortions. But I'd only been driving for 15 minutes when the first incident occurred, and I'd felt completely alert. The deeper I dug, the more unsettled I became. There were scattered reports of similar sightings, tall figures spotted on remote roads, animals that moved in impossible ways, shapes that seemed to exist just outside the range of headlights. Most of these accounts were dismissed as hoaxes or delusions, filed away in the dark corners of the internet where conspiracy theories flourished. But what struck me was how similar some of the descriptions were to my own experience. Other drivers talked about creatures that didn't reflect light properly, about the way certain shapes seemed to flicker in and out of existence. about the overwhelming sense of wrongness that accompanied these encounters. Reading their words made my hands shake so badly I could barely type. By the time I closed the laptop, the sun was well above the rooftops, and I realized I was going to be late for work if I didn't hurry. I forced myself into a quick shower, hoping the hot water would wash away some of the lingering dread that seemed to have settled into my bones. But when I caught sight of my reflection in the bathroom mirror, I barely recognized myself. My face was pale and haggard, with dark circles under my eyes that made me look like I'd aged years overnight. The idea of calling in sick crossed my mind, but I knew that staying home alone with my thoughts would only make things worse. At least at work, I'd be surrounded by normal people doing normal things, anchored to a reality that made sense. Stepping outside into the crisp morning air, I was struck by how normal everything seemed. The sky was a brilliant blue, washed clean by the previous night's storm. Puddles dotted the parking lot, reflecting clouds and trees in perfect mirror images. Neighbors were driving off to work. Kids waited at bus stops, and the whole world appeared to be functioning exactly as it always had. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was seeing it all through a different lens now, as if the events of the previous night had shifted my perception in some fundamental way. The ordinary suburban scene felt like a facade, a carefully constructed illusion designed to hide something darker, lurking just beneath the surface. Every shadow seemed deeper than it should be. Every movement in my peripheral vision made me turn my head sharply. The drive to work was mercifully short and well-traveled, taking me through busy neighborhoods and commercial districts where the presence of other people provided a buffer against my paranoia. But even surrounded by traffic and pedestrians, I found myself checking the rearview mirror obsessively, scanning the sidewalks for any sign of the impossible shapes I'd encountered. At work, I tried to lose myself in routine tasks, but concentration proved elusive. Every time I settled into a rhythm of emails or phone calls, my mind would drift back to those flickering silhouettes. Coworkers asked if I was feeling all right, commenting on my distracted behavior and the dark circles under my eyes. I deflected their concern with vague mentions of a sleepless night, not trusting myself to explain what had really happened. During lunch, I found myself researching dash cams on my phone, scrolling through product reviews and technical specifications. The idea had been my boyfriend's suggestion, but the more I thought about it, the more essential it seemed. If these encounters continued, and something deep in my gut told me they would, I needed some way to document what was happening. Even if the footage only showed empty road, at least I'd have evidence of my own psychological state. The afternoon dragged by with agonizing slowness. Every time I looked at the clock, it seemed like only minutes had passed since my last check. The bright fluorescent lights that normally felt energizing now seemed harsh and artificial, casting everything in a sickly yellow glow that reminded me uncomfortably of my headlights cutting through the rain. By the time 5 o'clock arrived, I was practically vibrating with nervous energy. The prospect of driving home, even in broad daylight on familiar streets, filled me with a dread that seemed completely disproportionate to the task. But I couldn't avoid it forever. Eventually, I'd have to get back behind the wheel and face whatever was waiting out there. The drive home started normally enough. Traffic was heavy, which I found oddly comforting. Being surrounded by other cars made me feel less isolated, less vulnerable to whatever forces had targeted me the night before. But as I turned off the main road onto a quieter street that ran along the edge of some undeveloped woodland, my anxiety spiked. That's when I saw the deer. It was standing maybe 50 yards ahead, just at the tree line where the forest met the road. A perfectly ordinary white-tailed deer, the kind I'd seen hundreds of times before. But something about its posture made me slow down, made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. It was facing the road directly, as if it had been waiting for me specifically. Our eyes met through the windshield, and I felt a jolt of recognition so strong it made me gasp. This wasn't just any deer. I was certain, with a certainty that transcended logic, that this was connected to what I'd experienced the night before. The animal's gaze was too intelligent, too focused, too knowing for a simple woodland creature. We stared at each other for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only seconds. The deer didn't move. didn't even seem to blink. Its head was cocked slightly to one side, and there was something almost human in its expression, a kind of calculating awareness that made my skin crawl. Other cars passed without slowing, their drivers apparently seeing nothing unusual about a deer standing by the roadside. But I knew better. This was a messenger, a scout, a harbinger of something larger and more terrible than I could comprehend. The knowledge hit me like a physical blow, leaving me breathless and shaking. When the deer finally turned and disappeared into the woods with fluid, unnatural grace, I had to pull over to the shoulder to collect myself. That evening I sat in my living room with all the lights blazing, laptop open to various websites selling surveillance equipment. The dash cam I'd ordered earlier wouldn't arrive for another 2 days, but I found myself researching additional cameras, motion sensors, anything that might help me document what was happening. Part of me recognized the obsessive nature of my behavior, but I couldn't stop myself. My boyfriend called around 8, and I could hear the worry in his voice as soon as he spoke. "How are you holding up?" he asked. "You sounded pretty shaken last night." I wanted to tell him about the deer, about the way it had looked at me with those impossibly knowing eyes. But I also didn't want him to think I was having a complete mental breakdown. Instead, I focused on practical matters, the dashcam order, my plans to vary my driving routes, the possibility of carpooling with coworkers when the weather was bad. He seemed relieved that I was taking concrete steps to address my concerns, even if he didn't fully understand what those concerns were. We talked for over an hour, and his voice provided a lifeline to normalcy that I desperately needed. But after we hung up, the silence of the house seemed to press in around me. Every creak of settling wood, every rattle of wind through the eaves made me jump. I found myself moving from room to room, checking locks, peering out windows, searching for any sign of the watchers I was now certain were out there. The weather forecast called for another storm system to move through in a few days, bringing with it the kind of heavy rain and poor visibility that had preceded my first encounter. The thought of driving in those conditions again made my chest tighten with panic, but I also felt a morbid curiosity about what else I might see. If these things, whatever they were, only appeared during storms, then that was when I'd have the best chance of capturing them on camera. As midnight approached, I made a final circuit of the house, double-checking every window and door. The security system was armed, motion sensor lights covered the yard, and I'd even set up my old phone to record video from the living room window. It probably wouldn't capture anything useful, but it made me feel like I was doing something productive rather than simply cowering in fear. Standing at the window, I stared out into the darkness beyond my property line. The trees at the edge of my yard swayed gently in the night breeze, their branches creating a constantly shifting pattern of shadows and negative space. Was something moving among them, or was it just my imagination? I couldn't tell anymore. The line between reality and paranoia had become so blurred that I wasn't sure I'd recognize the truth if it appeared right in front of me. What I did know was that my life had fundamentally changed during that storm-lashed drive. Whether the creatures I'd seen were real or imagined, they had awakened something in me, a primal awareness of how thin the membrane between the ordinary world and something far more terrifying really was. Tomorrow would bring another day of trying to function normally, but I knew that part of me would always be watching the shadows now, waiting for the next encounter. The rain began again around 1 in the morning, gentle at first, but steadily intensifying. I listened to it drumming against the windows and roof, each drop a tiny percussion note in a symphony of approaching dread. Somewhere out there in the darkness, beyond the reach of streetlights and porch lamps, something was waiting for the storm to reach its full fury. The morning of September 15th, 2022, started like any other hunting expedition, but I should have recognized the warning signs from the moment we loaded our gear into the truck. My father, a man who'd spent 40 years tracking game through the Canadian wilderness, kept checking and rechecking our supplies with an unusual nervousness. My younger brother Carson seemed unusually quiet, lacking his typical pre-hunt enthusiasm that usually filled our preparations with jokes and wild predictions about the massive moose we'd surely encounter. We'd planned this trip for months, targeting a remote section of the boreal forest in northern Manitoba, hundreds of miles from the nearest town. The region was known for its pristine wilderness and abundant wildlife, but also for its isolation. Cell phone towers didn't reach these depths, and the nearest forest ranger station was a 3-day hike through unmarked terrain. It was exactly the kind of untouched wilderness we craved, but as we drove the winding gravel roads that grew progressively narrower and more rutted, I felt an inexplicable weight settling in my chest. The truck's radio crackled with static as we moved further from civilization, occasionally picking up fragments of distant conversations before dissolving back into white noise. My father turned it off entirely around noon, claiming the static was giving him a headache. The silence that followed felt oppressive, broken only by the rumble of the engine and the crunch of gravel beneath our tires. By late afternoon, we reached the launch point, a muddy clearing beside a river that wound deep into the forest, like a dark serpent. The water looked black under the overcast sky, reflecting the dense canopy that stretched endlessly in all directions. As we unloaded the aluminum boat and organized our camping gear, I noticed my father's hands trembling slightly. When I asked if he was feeling all right, he brushed off my concern, attributing it to excitement, but his eyes kept darting toward the tree line, as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. Carson helped me drag the boat to the water's edge while our father secured the camping equipment. The boat felt heavier than usual, or perhaps I was just more tired than I realized. The physical exertion should have felt good after the long drive, but instead, every movement seemed to require more effort than it should. My muscles ached in ways that didn't make sense, and I found myself short of breath despite being in excellent physical condition. As we prepared to launch, a flock of ravens erupted from the trees across the river, their harsh cries echoing off the water. The sound was so sudden and violent that all three of us froze, watching as the blackbirds wheeled overhead before disappearing into the forest. In the silence that followed, I could hear my own heartbeat drumming in my ears. My father cleared his throat and muttered something about the birds being spooked by our arrival, but his voice lacked conviction. The first hour on the water passed without incident, though I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. The river twisted through dense stands of spruce and poplar, their branches forming a living tunnel that blocked out most of the late afternoon sun. Occasionally, we'd glimpse movement in the forest, a flash of brown that could have been a deer, or the rustle of branches that might have indicated a bear foraging for berries. But every time I tried to focus on these disturbances, they seemed to vanish, leaving me questioning whether I'd seen anything at all. Carson, normally our most vocal companion, spoke only when necessary to coordinate our paddling or point out obstacles in the water. His usual stream of commentary about the scenery and wildlife was replaced by an intense focus on the water ahead, as if he too sensed something amiss but couldn't articulate what it might be. When I attempted to engage him in conversation, his responses were brief and distracted. The temperature began dropping as evening approached, though the oppressive humidity that had plagued us all day remained. Sweat continued to bead on my forehead despite the cooling air, and I noticed both my father and Carson were perspiring heavily as well. The combination of heat and cold felt unnatural, as if the very atmosphere around us was somehow corrupted or diseased. As darkness began creeping through the forest, we started looking for a suitable campsite. The riverbanks were steep and rocky in most places, overgrown with thick underbrush that would make setting up camp difficult if not impossible. Finally, we spotted a small clearing about 20 feet back from the water, accessible via a narrow game trail that had been worn smooth by countless animal passages over the years. Hauling our gear up the embankment proved more challenging than expected. The trail was slick with moisture, and the heavy pack seemed to fight against us with every step. By the time we reached the clearing, all three of us were breathing hard and covered in sweat. The exertion felt disproportionate to the actual physical demands of the task, as if the very act of entering this place was draining our strength. The clearing itself was roughly circular, surrounded by towering spruce trees, whose branches intertwined overhead like gnarled fingers. The ground was covered with a thick layer of moss and decomposing leaves that squelched beneath our boots. As we began setting up camp, I noticed an unusual number of animal bones scattered throughout the area. Not the typical remains you'd expect from natural predation, but something more systematic, more deliberate. The bones were clean and white, arranged in patterns that seemed almost intentional. My father noticed them too, but said nothing, simply kicking several skulls aside to clear space for our tent. When Carson questioned the unusual bone arrangements, our father's response was sharp and dismissive, ordering him to focus on gathering firewood instead of worrying about old animal remains. The tension in his voice was unmistakable, and I realized he was as unsettled by our surroundings as Carson and I were. As we worked to establish our camp, the forest around us seemed to grow quieter with each passing minute. The normal sounds of wildlife, bird calls, rustling leaves, the distant splash of fish jumping, gradually faded until we were surrounded by an unnatural silence that pressed against our eardrums like water. Even our own voices seemed muffled and distorted, as if the air itself was absorbing sound rather than carrying it. By the time we had our tent erected and a fire ring prepared, full darkness had settled over the forest. The transition from twilight to night seemed unusually abrupt, as if someone had suddenly extinguished the last traces of daylight. Stars that should have been visible through the canopy were obscured by an overcast sky that hadn't been there during the day. The air felt thick and humid, despite the dropping temperature, creating an uncomfortable sensation of breathing through wet cloth. Our campfire, when we finally got it started, burned with an odd bluish tinge that I'd never seen before. The flames seemed reluctant to catch, requiring far more kindling and effort than should have been necessary with the dry wood we'd collected. Even once established, the fire provided less light than expected, its glow seeming to be absorbed by the surrounding darkness rather than pushing it back. The warmth it generated felt insufficient and somehow wrong, as if it were drawing heat from our bodies rather than providing it. As we prepared our evening meal, I became increasingly aware of subtle sounds emanating from the forest around us. Not the typical nocturnal chorus of insects and small animals, but something else entirely. A rhythmic scratching that seemed to come from multiple directions simultaneously, punctuated by occasional soft thuds that could have been footsteps or falling branches. The sounds were just loud enough to be noticeable but too faint to identify with certainty, creating a constant undercurrent of unease that made concentration difficult. The second day began before dawn with a sound that jolted all three of us from restless sleep. A prolonged, guttural moan echoed through the forest, unlike anything I'd ever heard from a wild animal. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, reverberating through the trees with an otherworldly quality that made my skin crawl. We lay in our sleeping bags, listening to the sound fade into the distance, none of us willing to acknowledge what we'd heard or venture outside to investigate. When we finally emerged from the tent an hour later, the forest looked different in the gray morning light. The bones we'd noticed the previous evening seemed more numerous and more deliberately arranged, forming rough circles and lines that extended beyond our immediate campsite. Fresh scratches marked several nearby trees, too high and too regular to have been made by any animal I could identify. The scratches appeared to form crude symbols or letters, though I couldn't decipher any meaning from them. My father insisted we break camp immediately and continue upriver, despite our original plan to spend 2 days at this location. His urgency was infectious, and we packed our gear with unusual speed, barely pausing to eat a cold breakfast or properly extinguish our fire. The sooner we left this place behind, the better we'd all feel, though none of us voiced this sentiment aloud. Returning to the river proved more difficult than our ascent the previous evening. The game trail seemed narrower and more treacherous, forcing us to navigate carefully around loose rocks and exposed roots that threatened to send us tumbling down the embankment with our heavy packs. Twice, Carson lost his footing and had to be hauled back to safety, his face pale and shaken after each near miss. The boat, when we finally reached it, sat lower in the water than it should have, though we couldn't identify any obvious leaks or damage. Once on the river, our progress was hampered by an unusually strong current that seemed to flow against us regardless of which direction we traveled. Paddling required constant effort just to maintain our position, let alone move upstream toward our intended destination. The water itself looked different, darker and more viscous than the previous day, with an oily sheen that reflected the overcast sky and disturbing patterns. Occasionally, something large would brush against the bottom of our boat, causing it to rock violently, despite the relatively shallow water. The forest on both sides of the river appeared more dense and forbidding than I remembered. Trees that had seemed merely tall the day before now loomed overhead like ancient guardians, their branches reaching across the water to form a nearly complete canopy that blocked out most of the daylight. The few patches of sky visible between the leaves were an unnatural gray-green color that hurt to look at directly. Even the air tasted different, metallic and bitter, with an underlying sweetness that reminded me unpleasantly of rotting fruit. Carson, who had been unusually quiet since leaving camp, began pointing out shapes in the forest that didn't belong. Dark silhouettes that appeared to be watching us from between the trees, always just beyond clear identification. When we'd focus our attention on a particular spot, the shape would seem to melt away, leaving us questioning whether we'd seen anything at all. But the frequency of these sightings increased as the day wore on, and soon all three of us were spotting the mysterious figures with alarming regularity. By midday, we'd covered less than half the distance we'd planned, despite maintaining a punishing pace that left our arms aching and our backs screaming in protest. The river seemed to be working against us, creating obstacles where none had existed the previous day. Fallen trees blocked our path with increasing frequency, forcing us to portage around them through dense underbrush that tore at our clothes and skin. Each portage took longer than the last, as if the forest itself was conspiring to slow our progress. During one particularly difficult portage around a massive deadfall, we discovered something that made my blood run cold. Hidden beneath the fallen tree was a collection of camping gear, tents, sleeping bags, and equipment that looked almost new, despite being covered in moss and decay. The gear was arranged in a rough circle, as if a group of campers had simply vanished while sitting around their campfire. Personal items were scattered throughout the area. Photographs that had faded beyond recognition, water bottles still half full of stagnant liquid, and clothing that hung from branches like ghostly remnants of their former owners. My father examined the scene with growing alarm, noting that some of the equipment bore recent manufacturing dates. This wasn't the abandoned camp of some long-dead explorer, but evidence of people who had been here within the last few years. The absence of any human remains made the discovery even more disturbing. Whatever had happened to these campers, their bodies were nowhere to be found. We searched the immediate area but uncovered no additional clues about their fate or their disappearance. The discovery sparked heated debate about whether we should continue deeper into the wilderness or turn back immediately. My father argued for retreat, pointing out that we were clearly in an area where other experienced outdoorsmen had met with some unknown misfortune. Carson, surprisingly, advocated for pressing forward, claiming that turning back would be an admission of cowardice that would haunt us for the rest of our lives. I found myself torn between fear and curiosity, unable to shake the feeling that we were on the verge of discovering something significant, though whether that discovery would be worth the risk remained unclear. In the end, we compromised by agreeing to continue for one more day before reevaluating our situation. If we encountered any additional signs of danger or found evidence of other missing campers, we would immediately reverse course and head back to civilization. The decision felt reasonable at the time, though looking back I realize it was probably the moment when our expedition transformed from a hunting trip into something far more sinister. As we continued upriver, the abandoned campsite weighed heavily on all our minds. The silence between us grew more oppressive, broken only by the splash of our paddles and the occasional creak of the boat's aluminum hull. Each bend in the river revealed new obstacles and fresh reasons for concern. Shadows moved through the forest with increasing boldness, no longer content to observe us from a distance, but approaching close enough that we could occasionally glimpse pale flesh and elongated limbs before they vanished back into the undergrowth. The water itself began to change as afternoon wore into evening. What had started as merely dark and viscous gradually took on a reddish tinge that reminded me uncomfortably of blood. The metallic taste in the air grew stronger, accompanied by a sweet, cloying odor that seemed to emanate from the water itself. Fish that should have been abundant in these pristine waters were nowhere to be seen, and the absence of insect life created an eerie vacuum that made every sound seem amplified and threatening. By the time we began looking for another campsite, exhaustion had settled into our bones like a disease. Every muscle in my body ached, and my hands were raw and blistered despite the protective gloves I'd been wearing. Carson looked haggard and pale, his usual enthusiasm completely drained by the day's strange experiences. Even my father, who prided himself on his endurance and wilderness expertise, moved with the careful precision of someone operating at the very limits of his physical and mental resources. The campsite we eventually selected was far from ideal, a narrow strip of rocky beach hemmed in by steep embankments on three sides. It offered little protection from the elements and even less privacy from whatever might be watching us from the forest above. But daylight was fading rapidly, and the alternative was spending the night in the boat, exposed to whatever dangers the river might hold. We pulled our craft onto the rocky shore and began the now familiar process of establishing camp, though our movements lacked the efficiency and purpose that had characterized our previous efforts. As we worked to set up our shelter, I became increasingly aware that we were not alone. The feeling of being observed had grown stronger throughout the day, but now it was almost overwhelming. Eyes seemed to track our every movement from the darkness beyond our fire's reach, and occasionally I could swear I heard whispered conversations in a language I didn't recognize. The sounds were just quiet enough to be dismissible as wind or settling branches, but their frequency and timing suggested intelligence and intent that no natural phenomenon could explain. The rocky beach where we'd chosen to make camp felt more like a trap than a refuge as darkness settled around us. The steep embankments that rose on three sides created natural walls that blocked any escape route except back to the river, and the narrow strip of shore left us exposed to whatever might emerge from the water. Our fire, built from driftwood and dead branches scavenged from the forest edge, cast dancing shadows that transformed every rock and fallen log into potential threats. Setting up our tent on the uneven, stone-covered ground proved nearly impossible. The aluminum stakes bent and broke against the hard surface, forcing us to weigh down the corners with heavy rocks instead. The unstable foundation meant the tent swayed and shifted with every movement inside, creating a constant sense of vulnerability that made rest seem unlikely. Even worse, the rocky surface conducted cold from the ground, making our sleeping bags feel inadequate despite their high-quality insulation. As we prepared our evening meal, the oppressive atmosphere continued to intensify. The simple task of heating canned soup over our camp stove became an exercise in mounting paranoia as every shadow beyond the fire's reach seemed to shift and move with purposeful intent. The soup itself tasted wrong, metallic and bitter, as if contaminated by the same corruption that seemed to permeate everything in this cursed place. We ate in uncomfortable silence, each lost in private thoughts that none of us wanted to voice. My father's behavior had become increasingly erratic as the day progressed. The confident outdoorsman who had planned this expedition was rapidly being replaced by a nervous, jumpy individual who startled at every sound and constantly checked and rechecked our firearms. His hands shook as he cleaned his rifle for the third time that evening, and his eyes held a wild, desperate quality that I'd never seen before. When Carson asked him about our plans for the following day, his response was rambling and incoherent, touching on topics that had nothing to do with hunting or wilderness travel. Carson wasn't faring much better. My younger brother, normally the most optimistic and resilient member of our family, had withdrawn into himself completely. He sat hunched over his food, barely eating, occasionally muttering under his breath in what sounded like prayers or protective incantations. His usual curiosity about our surroundings had been replaced by a studied avoidance of looking beyond the immediate circle of firelight, as if acknowledging the darkness might somehow invite it closer. The sounds from the forest had evolved throughout the evening, becoming more complex and more disturbing. What had started as simple scratching and rustling had developed into a symphony of unnatural noises that defied easy explanation. Rhythmic tapping that could have been woodpeckers, but occurred in patterns too regular and purposeful for any bird. Grinding sounds like massive stones being dragged across rocky ground, though no geological activity could account for such noises in this stable, ancient landscape. Most disturbing of all were the vocalizations, not quite human, not quite animal, but something that seemed to combine the worst aspects of both. Around midnight, as we huddled around our dying fire debating whether to maintain a watch or try to get some sleep, the first direct contact occurred. A rock, roughly the size of my fist, sailed out of the darkness and struck the ground just inches from Carson's feet. The impact was loud enough to make all three of us jump, and the precision of the throw suggested intelligence and intent rather than random chance. We scanned the darkness with our flashlights, but saw nothing except the usual impenetrable wall of vegetation and shadow. The rock throwing continued sporadically throughout the next hour, with projectiles arriving from different directions, but always landing close enough to our position to serve as clear warnings or threats. Each impact sent us scrambling for our weapons and scanning the darkness for targets, but our attackers remained invisible. The psychological effect was devastating. We were under siege by enemies we couldn't see, couldn't identify, and couldn't effectively combat. My father suggested we abandon camp immediately and retreat to the boat, arguing that our current position was indefensible and that remaining here was tantamount to suicide. Carson argued against retreat, insisting that whatever was stalking us could just as easily attack us on the water, where we'd have even less protection and no chance of escape if our boat was damaged. I found myself agreeing with Carson, though for different reasons. Something told me that showing fear or weakness now would only encourage our tormentors to escalate their harassment. As if summoned by our debate, a new sound emerged from the forest. A low, rhythmic chanting that seemed to come from multiple sources simultaneously. The words were indistinct, but the cadence was unmistakably human, suggesting a group of people performing some kind of ritual or ceremony just beyond the reach of our light. The chanting continued for several minutes before fading away, leaving us to wonder whether we'd witnessed some indigenous spiritual practice or something far more sinister. The fire had burned down to glowing embers by this point, and feeding it required one of us to venture to the edge of our safe zone to retrieve more wood. None of us wanted to volunteer for this task, but the alternative was sitting in complete darkness while unknown enemies circled our position. I finally grabbed a flashlight and my rifle and headed toward a pile of driftwood about 20 feet away, though every step felt like walking toward my own execution. The wood pile, when I reached it, had been disturbed since our arrival. Branches that I'd stacked in a neat pyramid were now scattered randomly across the beach, and several pieces showed fresh tool marks that definitely hadn't been there earlier. Someone or something had been tampering with our supplies while we sat by the fire, operating just outside our field of vision with predatory patience. The realization that we were being stalked by intelligent adversaries rather than wild animals somehow made the situation infinitely more terrifying. As I gathered armloads of wood, movement in my peripheral vision caught my attention. Tall figures stood motionless among the trees at the top of the embankment, barely visible in the weak beam of my flashlight, but definitely present. They appeared to be wearing some kind of crude clothing or covering that obscured their features, and they stood with an unnatural stillness that suggested they'd been watching us for some time. When I tried to focus my light directly on them, they seemed to melt back into the forest, but I could still sense their presence hovering just beyond visibility. Returning to the fire with my arms full of wood, I debated whether to tell my father and Carson about the Watchers. Part of me wanted to keep the knowledge to myself, hoping that ignorance might provide them with some measure of peace during what promised to be a very long night. But secrecy seemed pointless when we were clearly facing a coordinated threat that required all our vigilance and cooperation to survive. I dropped the wood beside the fire and quietly informed them about what I'd seen. The news that we were being actively observed by unknown individuals sent both my father and Carson into a state of barely controlled panic. My father immediately began talking about emergency evacuation procedures, while Carson started checking and rechecking his ammunition as if preparing for imminent combat. Their fear was infectious, and I found my own anxiety levels spiking as the reality of our situation fully sank in. We were trapped in hostile territory, outnumbered by enemies whose capabilities and intentions remained completely unknown. As we rebuilt the fire and settled in for what promised to be a sleepless night, the harassment from our unseen tormentors intensified. Rocks continued to rain down on our position with increasing frequency and accuracy, forcing us to construct makeshift shelters from our equipment and supplies. Strange calls and vocalizations echoed from the forest, sometimes seeming to answer each other in patterns that suggested complex communication. Most unnerving of all were the occasions when we heard our own names being called from the darkness, not shouted or screamed, but spoken in conversational tones that suggested intimate familiarity with our identities. The psychological warfare was extremely effective. By dawn, all three of us were jumpy, paranoid, and exhausted from a night of constant vigilance. Every shadow held potential threats, every sound could herald an attack, and every moment of apparent calm felt like the prelude to some greater horror. We'd survived the night, but at tremendous cost to our mental and physical resources. The question now was whether we had enough strength left to survive whatever the next day might bring. Dawn brought no relief from the oppressive atmosphere that had plagued us throughout the night. If anything, the gray morning light revealed details that made our situation appear even more dire than we'd imagined. The rocky beach around our camp was littered with evidence of nocturnal visitors. Footprints in the muddy patches between the stones, disturbed equipment that had been moved and rearranged while we huddled by our fire, and crude symbols scratched into the sand that definitely hadn't been there when we'd arrived. The footprints were the most disturbing discovery. They appeared to have been made by bare human feet, but the proportions were wrong, too long and narrow, with toes that extended far beyond normal human dimensions. The depth of the impressions suggested individuals of considerable weight and height, though the lightness of their step indicated an unsettling stealth and agility. Most alarming was the sheer number of prints, suggesting we'd been surrounded by a group of at least a dozen watchers throughout the night. My father was in no condition to make rational decisions about our next course of action. The stress of our situation had pushed him beyond his breaking point, and he alternated between periods of frantic activity and complete withdrawal. At one moment, he'd be obsessively cleaning his rifle and checking our ammunition supplies. The next, he'd be sitting motionless by the dying fire, staring into space with the hollow expression of someone who'd lost all hope. Carson and I found ourselves taking charge of basic survival tasks while trying to decide whether we should attempt to continue upriver or begin an immediate retreat to civilization. The decision was made for us around mid-morning when Carson announced his intention to scout the area above our camp, hoping to gain some intelligence about the number and nature of our watchers. Despite my father's weak protests and my own reservations, Carson grabbed his rifle and began climbing the steep embankment that rose behind our tent. His logic was sound. We needed to know what we were facing if we hoped to survive. But something deep in my gut told me that separating our group was a catastrophic mistake. Carson had been gone for less than 10 minutes when we heard the first scream. It was unmistakably his voice, filled with pain and terror, echoing down from somewhere above our position. The sound was cut off abruptly, replaced by an ominous silence that felt heavy with menace. My father snapped out of his stupor immediately, grabbing his weapon and heading toward the embankment. But I caught his arm and forced him to stop. Rushing blindly toward whatever had attacked Carson would only ensure that all three of us fell victim to the same fate. For the next hour, we called Carson's name and listened for any response that might indicate he was still alive. Occasionally, we thought we heard answering calls from the forest above, but the voices were distorted and wrong, as if someone was trying to imitate Carson's speech patterns without quite understanding how human vocal cords worked. The attempted mimicry was more terrifying than silence would have been, suggesting that our enemies possessed intelligence sufficient to recognize our emotional vulnerabilities and exploit them. My father was rapidly deteriorating, his grief and guilt over Carson's disappearance combining with exhaustion and stress to push him toward complete psychological collapse. He kept muttering about failing as a protector, about bringing his sons into danger he should have recognized and avoided. His hands shook constantly now, making it difficult for him to perform even simple tasks like loading his rifle or organizing our remaining supplies. I realized that if we were going to survive, the responsibility for our escape would fall entirely on my shoulders. Around noon, movement at the top of the embankment caught my attention. A figure emerged from the tree line and began slowly descending the rocky slope toward our camp. From a distance, it looked like Carson returning from his scouting mission, but something about the movement pattern seemed off, too careful, too deliberate, lacking the natural rhythm of normal human locomotion. As the figure drew closer, the wrongness became more apparent. It was Carson, or something wearing Carson's appearance like an ill-fitting costume. The facial features were approximately correct, but the proportions were subtly wrong, as if someone had tried to reconstruct his face from memory rather than direct observation. The eyes were too far apart, the nose too narrow, the mouth set at an angle that no human jaw could comfortably maintain. Most disturbing was the smile, a wide, vacant expression that bore no resemblance to any expression I'd ever seen on my brother's face. The Carson thing spoke as it approached, using my brother's voice to deliver a stream of reassuring comments about his scouting mission and his eagerness to continue our hunting expedition. But the words were wrong, delivered with unnatural cadence and emphasis, as if the speaker had learned human language from a textbook rather than growing up with it. There were also subtle errors in content, references to shared experiences that had never happened, mispronunciations of familiar names, and gaps in knowledge that the real Carson would never have displayed. My father, in his current state, was unable to recognize the deception. He rushed toward the imposter with obvious relief, calling out welcomes and questions about Carson's discoveries during his scouting mission. I tried to warn him, shouting that this wasn't really Carson, but my words seemed to have no impact. The stress and exhaustion had damaged his perception to the point where he was seeing what he wanted to see, rather than what was actually there. The confrontation that followed will haunt me for the rest of my life. The Carson thing allowed my father to approach within arm's reach before its disguise began to deteriorate. The facial features started to shift and blur, the too wide smile stretched even further across its face, and the eyes became flat and lifeless like those of a fish. When my father finally realized something was wrong, it was too late. The creature's arms extended far beyond human proportions, wrapping around him with crushing force, while its mouth opened to reveal rows of sharp, yellowed teeth that belonged to no earthly predator. My father's screams echoed off the rocky walls that surrounded our camp, creating a horrible chorus that seemed to go on forever. I raised my rifle and fired repeatedly into the creature's torso, but the bullets seemed to have no effect. If anything, the impacts appeared to amuse the thing, causing it to emit a sound that might have been laughter if any human throat could have produced such a noise. The attack continued for several minutes that felt like hours, until my father's struggles finally ceased and his body went limp in the creature's embrace. When the Carson thing finally released my father's corpse, it turned its attention to me with that same vacant, impossible smile. The facade of human appearance had completely collapsed by this point, revealing something that defied easy description. The basic bipedal structure remained, but the proportions were all wrong. Limbs too long, joints that bent in directions that violated basic anatomy, skin that seemed to shift and crawl as if it were alive independent of the body beneath it. The face was the worst part, a constantly changing amalgamation of features that seemed to cycle through various human appearances without ever settling on a consistent identity. I emptied my rifle at the advancing creature, then drew my sidearm and continued firing until that too was empty. None of the shots seemed to cause any significant damage, though they did succeed in slowing the thing's approach. As I fumbled to reload, the creature began speaking again, this time using my father's voice to deliver a stream of paternal advice and encouragement. The psychological impact was devastating. Hearing my dead father's words emerging from the mouth of his killer nearly broke my will to resist entirely. Salvation came from an unexpected source. The sound of our gunfire had apparently attracted the attention of other watchers in the forest, and the creature that had killed my father suddenly turned away from me to face some new threat emerging from the tree line. A brief but violent struggle ensued between creatures I couldn't clearly see, accompanied by sounds that no earthly throat could produce. The distraction gave me the opportunity I needed to escape. I abandoned our camp and fled toward the river, carrying only my remaining ammunition and a small pack of emergency supplies. Behind me, the sounds of conflict continued for several minutes before giving way to an ominous silence. I didn't dare look back to see which side had prevailed, focusing instead on reaching our boat and putting as much distance as possible between myself and this cursed place. The boat, when I reached it, had been damaged during the night. The hull showed multiple puncture wounds that would make it unseaworthy within minutes of launching, and the motor had been systematically destroyed with what appeared to be simple but effective tools. Someone or something had deliberately sabotaged our means of escape, trapping us in this nightmare landscape with no way to reach civilization or call for help. With the boat unusable and unknown creatures stalking the forest around me, I faced a choice between certain death and probable death. I could remain by the river and wait for whatever had killed my family to come for me, or I could attempt to escape on foot through hundreds of miles of wilderness with minimal supplies and no clear destination. The decision was easy, even if the chances of survival were virtually non-existent. I began walking downstream along the riverbank, hoping to eventually reach the point where we'd launched our boat 2 days earlier. The journey would take days even under ideal conditions, and these were far from ideal. But the alternative was remaining in place and allowing myself to be killed like a passive victim, and my anger over the loss of my father and Carson refused to let me surrender so easily. The creatures didn't pursue me immediately, though I could hear them calling to each other through the forest as I made my way along the rocky shore. Their vocalizations had taken on a celebratory quality, as if they were conducting some kind of victory ritual over their successful hunt. The sounds followed me for the first hour of my journey, gradually fading as distance grew between us, but I knew this reprieve was temporary. Sooner or later they would come after me, and when they did, I'd better be ready. Walking alone through the wilderness with darkness approaching was a terrifying prospect under the best of circumstances, but knowing that intelligent predators were stalking me made every step feel like it might be my last. The riverbank provided the most navigable route, but it also left me completely exposed to observation from the forest on my left and potential attackers emerging from the water on my right. Every rock formation could hide an ambush. Every bend in the river could conceal something waiting to spring upon an unwary traveler. The first few hours of my escape passed without incident, though I maintained constant vigilance for any sign of pursuit. My pace was necessarily slow, as the rocky shore was treacherous, and a twisted ankle or broken leg would mean certain death in my current situation. The emergency pack I'd grabbed contained enough food for perhaps 2 days if I rationed carefully, along with basic medical supplies and a small amount of ammunition for my sidearm. Water wouldn't be a problem as long as I stayed near the river, though I'd have to boil it to avoid the intestinal problems that could prove fatal when medical help was days away. As evening approached, I faced the crucial decision of whether to continue traveling in darkness or find a defensible position and wait for dawn. Moving at night would be extremely dangerous on the treacherous riverbank, but stopping would give my pursuers time to close the distance between us. In the end, exhaustion made the choice for me. I was rapidly approaching the point where physical collapse would make further travel impossible, regardless of the risks involved in remaining stationary. I found a small cave formed by an overhang in the rocky riverbank, barely large enough for one person, but offering some protection from the elements and concealment from casual observation. The entrance was narrow enough that I could defend it with my sidearm if necessary, though I harbored no illusions about my chances if the creatures decided to mount a serious assault on my position. Still, it was better than sleeping in the open where I'd be completely vulnerable to attack from any direction. Setting up a defensive position required careful planning with my limited resources. I arranged rocks around the cave entrance to create firing positions and early warning systems. Any approach would necessarily disturb the carefully balanced stones, providing audible alerts of incoming threats. My remaining ammunition was organized for quick access, though I'd learned from the encounter at our camp that conventional weapons were of limited effectiveness against these creatures. The psychological comfort of being armed was probably more valuable than any actual protection the guns might provide. Sleep was impossible under these circumstances, so I settled in for a long night of vigilant watch duty. The cave was cold and damp, with a musty smell that suggested it had been used as a den by wild animals in the recent past. Small bones littered the floor, though whether they belonged to prey animals or something more sinister was impossible to determine in the dim light. I tried not to think about what might have created this lair or whether its original occupant might return during the night. The sounds from the forest began around midnight, starting as distant vocalizations that could have been confused with normal wildlife if I hadn't known better. Gradually, the calls grew closer and more complex, developing into what sounded like coordinated communications between multiple groups spread throughout the surrounding area. They were conducting some kind of search pattern, systematically checking potential hiding spots and escape routes along the river. It was only a matter of time before they found my cave. I heard them moving through the forest above my position around 2 in the morning. Heavy footsteps that made no attempt at stealth, accompanied by the sound of branches being broken and vegetation being trampled. They were marking their territory, establishing their dominance over this landscape, and advertising their presence to any other creatures that might be in the area. The message was clear. This was their hunting ground, and I was trespassing in a place where humans had no business being. The first direct probe of my position came an hour later when something large began moving around the entrance to my cave. I could hear it sniffing and scratching at the rocks I'd arranged as early warning systems, testing the barriers I'd constructed without actually triggering them. The intelligence behind these actions was undeniable. This wasn't random animal behavior, but deliberate reconnaissance by something that understood the concept of defensive positions and knew how to probe them for weaknesses. My hands shook as I gripped my pistol, knowing that if the creature decided to enter the cave, I'd have perhaps 1 or 2 shots before it was on top of me. The confined space that provided protection from multiple attackers would become a death trap if anything actually made it through the entrance. I tried to control my breathing and remain as quiet as possible, hoping that the creature would move on to investigate other potential hiding spots rather than committing to a full assault on my position. After what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes, the probing stopped and the creature moved away. I could hear it calling to others in the distance, though whether it was reporting success or failure in locating me was impossible to determine. The calls were answered from multiple directions, suggesting that the search was expanding rather than contracting. They knew I was in the area and they weren't going to give up until they found me. The psychological warfare resumed around 4 in the morning when I began hearing voices calling my name from various positions along the riverbank. The voices were those of my father and Carson, pleading with me to come out of hiding and rejoin them, claiming that they'd managed to escape from the creatures and were now searching for me. The imitations were much better than the previous attempts, incorporating memories and speech patterns that suggested the creatures had somehow extracted detailed information from their victims before killing them. Resisting the calls required tremendous willpower, especially when the Carson voice began recounting specific shared memories from our childhood that only my brother could have known. Part of me desperately wanted to believe that he'd somehow survived and was genuinely trying to find me, but the rational part of my mind recognized this as another hunting strategy designed to lure me into the open. The creatures were using my love for my family as a weapon against me, and the cruelty of this approach filled me with a rage that helped counteract the fear that had been paralyzing me. As dawn approached, the voices faded away and the forest returned to an unnatural silence that was somehow more threatening than the active harassment had been. I knew the creatures were still out there, probably watching my position and waiting for me to emerge, but their patience and discipline were unnerving. These weren't mindless predators driven by hunger or instinct. They were intelligent hunters capable of long-term planning and complex strategies. The realization that I was being stalked by something with cognitive abilities potentially superior to my own was perhaps the most terrifying aspect of my entire ordeal. When full daylight finally arrived, I faced another crucial decision about timing my departure from the cave. Leaving immediately would give me the maximum amount of travel time before the next nightfall, but it would also advertise my position to any watchers in the area. Waiting for mid-morning might allow the creatures to become distracted or move on to other hunting grounds, but it would also reduce my available travel time and potentially allow them to set up ambushes along my planned route. I chose to wait until the sun was well above the horizon before making my move, reasoning that the additional visibility would be worth the lost travel time. The cave had provided adequate protection through the night, but remaining there any longer would turn it from a refuge into a trap. Sooner or later, the creatures would overcome their apparent reluctance to enter confined spaces, and when that happened, I wanted to be somewhere else entirely. Emerging from the cave required careful reconnaissance to ensure I wasn't walking into an immediate ambush. I spent several minutes listening for any sounds that might indicate nearby threats, then slowly pushed aside the rocks I'd arranged across the entrance. The riverbank appeared deserted, though the numerous tracks in the muddy areas told a different story. Multiple sets of the elongated footprints I'd first noticed at our camp were clearly visible, along with what appeared to be drag marks leading away from the water's edge toward the forest. The drag marks were particularly disturbing because they suggested the creatures were removing evidence of their activities, possibly including the bodies of previous victims. The systematic nature of this cleanup effort indicated a level of organization and foresight that made them even more dangerous than I'd initially believed. These weren't random killers striking opportunistically. They were experienced predators with established hunting grounds and proven methods for disposing of evidence. I began my second day of travel with significantly less optimism than I'd felt the previous morning. The creatures had demonstrated their ability to track me, surround me, and maintain surveillance of my movements without revealing themselves. They possessed intelligence, patience, and physical capabilities that far exceeded my own. My only advantages were desperation and the intimate knowledge that capture meant death in the most horrific manner imaginable. The riverbank continued to provide the most navigable route, though I now understood that following it also made me predictable to my pursuers. They could easily move through the forest parallel to my course, setting up ambushes at choke points or simply waiting for exhaustion to make me vulnerable. But leaving the river meant navigating through dense forest with no clear destination and no reliable source of water, which would probably result in death almost as quickly as capture by the creatures. As I walked, I tried to develop some kind of strategy for dealing with the ongoing pursuit rather than simply reacting to immediate threats. The creatures seemed to prefer psychological warfare and ambush tactics to direct confrontation, which suggested they might have vulnerabilities that could be exploited by someone desperate enough to take significant risks. If I could somehow turn the tables and become the hunter rather than the hunted, I might have a chance of survival that didn't depend entirely on luck and endurance. The opportunity to test this theory came sooner than I'd expected. By midday of my second day alone, the psychological pressure of constant pursuit had begun affecting my decision-making abilities in ways that should have been obvious but somehow escaped my notice at the time. I found myself taking unnecessary risks, choosing routes that prioritized speed over safety, and making noise that would certainly advertise my position to any nearby predators. The combination of exhaustion, dehydration, and pure terror was creating a dangerous feedback loop that threatened to destroy my judgment entirely. The riverbank had become increasingly treacherous as I moved downstream, with loose rocks and sudden drop-offs that could easily result in a fatal fall. Several times I nearly lost my footing on wet stones, catching myself at the last moment but using up precious energy in the process. My emergency food supply was already running dangerously low, forcing me to choose between maintaining my strength and conserving resources for the days of travel that still lay ahead. Around 1 o'clock, I encountered the first major obstacle to my escape route, a section where the river had carved a deep gorge through solid rock, creating vertical walls that extended far above my head on both sides. The narrow channel was filled with rapids that made boat travel impossible even under normal circumstances, and the rocky walls offered no footholds that would allow me to climb around the obstruction. I was forced to choose between attempting a dangerous climb through dense forest or following a barely visible game trail that led away from the river into unknown territory. The game trail seemed like the safer option, despite the risk of becoming lost in unfamiliar terrain. The path was well-worn and appeared to be regularly maintained, suggesting it was used frequently by large animals moving between feeding and watering areas. Following established wildlife routes would hopefully allow me to move more quickly while reducing the noise of my passage through the underbrush. Most importantly, it would take me away from the predictable riverbank route that made me so easy to track and ambush. The forest through which the trail led was unlike anything I'd experienced during our hunting expeditions in other parts of Canada. The trees grew with unnatural density, their branches intertwining overhead to form a canopy so thick that very little sunlight reached the forest floor. The understory was sparse and sickly, with pale, twisted plants that seemed to derive their nutrition from something other than photosynthesis. The air was thick with humidity and carried a sweet, corrupted smell that reminded me of flowers left too long in a vase. Animal life in this forest was almost completely absent, despite the well-maintained trail that suggested heavy usage. I saw no birds, heard no insects, and encountered none of the small mammals that should have been abundant in this type of habitat. The silence was so complete that my own footsteps seemed thunderously loud, and I found myself walking on tiptoe in a futile attempt to reduce the noise of my passage. The absence of normal forest sounds created an atmosphere of oppressive stillness that made concentration difficult and heightened my already elevated anxiety levels. After following the trail for roughly 2 hours, I encountered something that stopped me dead in my tracks. A clearing opened ahead, roughly circular and perhaps 50 feet in diameter, completely devoid of vegetation except for a single massive tree that stood in the exact center. The tree was unlike any species I could identify, with bark that appeared to be moving or breathing, and branches that seemed to reach toward me with deliberate intent. Most disturbing were the objects hanging from those branches, not fruit or seed pods, but what appeared to be personal belongings from human visitors. Backpacks, pieces of clothing, and camping equipment dangled from the branches like macabre ornaments, swaying gently in a breeze I couldn't feel. Some of the items looked relatively new, while others appeared to have been hanging there for years, weathered and faded by exposure to the elements. The variety of gear suggested victims from many different time periods, implying that whatever lived in this forest had been killing travelers for decades or even longer. Hanging among the camping equipment were items that made my stomach turn, lengths of rope that might once have been used for climbing but now resembled something far more sinister. Tools that had been modified in ways that suggested torture rather than practical use, and containers that held substances I didn't want to identify. The tree wasn't just a trophy display but a workshop where victims were processed before being consumed or disposed of. I started to back away from the clearing, but movement in my peripheral vision caught my attention. Figures were emerging from concealment around the perimeter of the open space, moving with the coordinated precision of a military unit executing a planned operation. There were at least 6 of them, possibly more, positioned to cut off all possible escape routes. I'd walked directly into a trap that had probably been centuries in the making. The creatures no longer bothered with their human disguises, revealing themselves in their true forms for the first time since I'd begun this nightmare journey. They stood roughly 8 feet tall, with elongated limbs that gave them a spider-like appearance despite their basically humanoid structure. Their skin was a mottled gray-green color, with a texture that seemed to shift between scales and raw flesh, depending on the lighting. Most horrible were their faces, if they could be called faces, which appeared to be collections of features stolen from various human victims, randomly assembled without regard for anatomical logic or aesthetic coherence. They moved with fluid grace despite their disturbing appearance, closing the circle around me with practiced efficiency. There was no rushing, no apparent excitement or bloodlust, just the methodical approach of experienced hunters who had performed this same routine countless times before. They communicated with each other through a series of clicks and whistles that sounded like no language ever spoken by human throats, coordinating their movements to ensure I had no chance of escape. My pistol seemed pathetically inadequate against creatures of this size and apparent resilience, but it was the only weapon I possessed. I drew it with hands that shook so badly I could barely maintain my grip, knowing that I probably had enough ammunition for 1 or 2 shots per creature before they overwhelmed me. The smart thing would have been to save the last bullet for myself, ensuring a quick death rather than whatever prolonged torment these things had planned for me. Instead, I found myself overwhelmed by rage at the memory of my father and Carson's deaths. These creatures had destroyed my family, turning what should have been a bonding experience into a nightmare that would haunt me for whatever brief time I had left to live. If I was going to die here, I wanted to take at least one of them with me, inflicting some small measure of the pain they had caused me and countless other victims over the years. The first shot took the nearest creature in what I assumed was its center of mass, the impact spinning it around, but not dropping it to the ground. Instead, it looked down at the wound with what might have been curiosity, then continued its approach with no apparent reduction in speed or coordination. The second shot hit another creature in the head, finally producing a reaction, a shriek of pain and anger that was answered by similar calls from its companions. The wounded creature's injury began healing almost immediately, the bullet hole closing itself with a wet, sucking sound that turned my stomach. Within seconds, there was no visible evidence that it had been shot at all. These things possessed regenerative abilities that made conventional weapons essentially useless, explaining why my shots at the camp had produced so little effect. I was fighting enemies that were effectively immortal by any standard I understood. The circle continued to close as I emptied my weapon into the advancing creatures, each shot producing temporary wounds that healed within moments. Soon, I was reduced to throwing rocks and swinging branches, desperate to keep them at bay for even a few seconds longer. The inevitability of my capture was becoming obvious, but some primal survival instinct refused to let me surrender without exhausting every possible option. Just as the first creature reached out to grab me with those impossibly long arms, the forest around us erupted in chaos. Something large crashed through the underbrush from multiple directions simultaneously, accompanied by roars and snarls that made even my supernatural attackers step back in apparent surprise. The new arrivals were even larger than the creatures that had been stalking me, and the confrontation that followed was unlike anything I could have imagined. The battle was brief but incredibly violent, with creatures tearing at each other using claws and teeth that could slice through solid wood. Blood that glowed with an unnatural phosphorescence splattered across the clearing, and the sounds of combat were so intense that I had to cover my ears to avoid permanent hearing damage. When the fighting finally ended, most of the participants lay motionless on the forest floor, their bodies already beginning to dissolve into the same corrupted soil that fed the massive tree. One of the newcomers survived the battle, though it was badly wounded and bleeding from multiple gashes. As it turned toward me, I expected to face another predator intent on claiming me as prey. Instead, the creature spoke in heavily accented but recognizable English, identifying itself as a guardian of sorts whose purpose was to prevent the tree dwellers from expanding beyond their traditional hunting grounds. My presence here represented a violation of ancient agreements that could lead to much larger conflicts if not resolved quickly. The Guardian explained that the tree creatures were bound to their clearing by rules older than human civilization, but that they'd been testing these boundaries by luring travelers deeper into the forest than they were traditionally allowed to hunt. My escape from their ambush at the river had been permitted, even assisted, as a way of reinforcing the territorial limitations that kept them from spreading their hunting activities across a wider area. I was to be escorted back to the river and given safe passage to the edge of their territory, but only if I agreed never to return to this region or speak of what I'd witnessed to anyone who might mount organized expeditions into the area. The balance that kept these creatures contained was delicate, and too much human attention could destabilize agreements that protected thousands of potential victims from the same fate that had befallen my father and Carson. The journey back to the river passed in a haze of exhaustion and disbelief. The Guardian moved with obvious pain, but maintained a pace that pushed me to my physical limits, clearly eager to complete our business and return to whatever duties normally occupied its time. We spoke very little during the trek, though it did confirm that my family members were beyond any possibility of rescue or recovery. Their deaths had been necessary to maintain the illusion that this forest was simply dangerous wilderness rather than actively hostile territory. When we finally reached the riverbank, the Guardian indicated a canoe that hadn't been there during my earlier passage. The boat was crude but seaworthy, equipped with basic supplies that would allow me to reach the road where we'd left our truck days earlier. As I prepared to launch the canoe, the Guardian delivered a final warning about the consequences of violating our agreement. The tree creatures were only one of several groups that called this region home, and not all of them were bound by the same territorial restrictions. The canoe provided by the Guardian was unlike any watercraft I'd ever seen, constructed from materials that seemed to shift between wood and something resembling bone, depending on the angle of observation. The paddle was carved from a single piece of some dark, heavy wood and felt uncomfortably warm to the touch, as if it retained heat from whatever tree it had been cut from. Despite my unease about using equipment provided by creatures whose motives remained unclear, the alternative was attempting to swim downstream through rapids that would certainly prove fatal in my weakened condition. Launching the canoe required more effort than expected, as the craft seemed reluctant to enter the water until I spoke what I assumed was some kind of activation phrase the Guardian had whispered to me before disappearing back into the forest. Once properly launched, however, the boat moved with surprising stability and speed, navigating around obstacles and through rapids with an efficiency that suggested some form of guidance beyond my own limited paddling abilities. The river journey that had taken us 2 days to complete upstream passed in less than 6 hours going downstream, though the exact mechanism behind this accelerated travel remained mysterious. Time seemed to move differently while I was in the Guardian's canoe, with the sun remaining in roughly the same position overhead, despite the obvious passage of several hours. The forest on both sides of the river looked different as well, less dense and threatening, as if I was traveling through a completely different landscape than the one we'd originally entered. Wildlife returned gradually as I moved away from the cursed territory, starting with distant bird calls and eventually progressing to normal forest sounds that seemed almost surreal after days of unnatural silence. The relief of hearing ordinary woodland noises was overwhelming, and I found myself crying uncontrollably as normal reality slowly reasserted itself around me. The psychological impact of returning to a world where natural laws operated predictably was almost as intense as the original trauma of encountering the supernatural predators. By late afternoon, I recognized landmarks from our original journey upriver, confirming that I was indeed returning along the same route we'd taken to reach our doomed campsite. The familiarity of the terrain should have been comforting, but instead it triggered vivid memories of my father and Carson's excitement about the hunting prospects ahead of us. The knowledge that I would never share another outdoor adventure with either of them created a grief so intense that I had to stop paddling several times to avoid capsizing the canoe. The truck was exactly where we'd left it, though several days of exposure to the elements had given it an abandoned appearance that made my heart skip when I first glimpsed it through the trees. For a moment, I feared that someone or something had tampered with our vehicle, stranding me in the wilderness permanently. But the keys were still in my father's jacket pocket, the engine started on the first try, and all our civilization-bound supplies remained untouched in the locked storage box. Driving away from that accursed forest felt like emerging from a nightmare into the waking world, though the transition was far from seamless. Every shadow cast by trees along the roadside seemed to harbor potential threats, and I found myself checking the rearview mirror constantly to ensure I wasn't being followed by creatures that could somehow survive outside their native territory. The rational part of my mind insisted that I was now safely beyond the reach of the supernatural predators, but the traumatized part continued to expect ambushes around every curve in the road. The first gas station I encountered marked my return to human society, though the attendant's casual greeting and assumption that I was just another hunter returning from a successful expedition created a jarring disconnect between my external appearance and internal reality. I must have looked like any other outdoorsman coming back from a few days in the wilderness, but inside I felt fundamentally changed by experiences that had no precedent in normal human life. Purchasing basic supplies and fuel gave me the opportunity to observe normal human behavior and remind myself how ordinary social interactions were supposed to function. The simple act of exchanging money for goods and engaging in small talk about weather and local news felt like participating in an elaborate performance whose rules I had somehow forgotten. The psychological distance between my traumatic experiences and the mundane concerns of everyday life seemed unbridgeable. The drive home took most of the night, as I found myself unable to maintain normal highway speeds without becoming overwhelmed by anxiety about potential crashes or mechanical failures. Every truck stop and rest area required careful reconnaissance before I felt safe enough to exit the vehicle, and I avoided any location that wasn't brightly lit and populated by multiple witnesses. The paranoia that had kept me alive in the forest was proving difficult to shut off now that I'd returned to civilization. Explaining my solo return to family members and friends required careful preparation and considerable creativity. The truth was obviously impossible to share, both because no one would believe it and because doing so might violate the agreement I'd made with the Guardian. I settled on a story about a tragic boating accident that had claimed both my father and Carson, leaving me as the sole survivor of an expedition that had started with such high hopes and ended in devastating loss. The initial interviews with park rangers and local police were surprisingly brief and perfunctory. Apparently, accidents involving small boats in remote wilderness areas were common enough that my account didn't trigger any unusual scrutiny or demands for extensive investigation. The absence of bodies was explained by the swift current and deep water that could easily carry victims far downstream before depositing them in locations where recovery would be impossible. My emotional state was consistent with that of a trauma survivor, lending credibility to the story even when specific details were vague or contradictory. Family members accepted my account with the mixture of grief and resignation that accompanies any sudden, senseless tragedy. My father and Carson had been experienced outdoorsmen whose wilderness expertise was well established, but everyone understood that even the most skilled adventurers could fall victim to accidents when operating in remote areas without backup or rescue capabilities. The decision to plan a memorial service rather than continue searching for bodies that would never be found was reached quickly and without significant debate. The funeral arrangements provided a focus for my grief that helped distract from the more disturbing aspects of my recent experiences. Planning the service, selecting appropriate music, and writing eulogies gave me concrete tasks that required emotional engagement with my loss, while avoiding the specific details of how that loss had occurred. For a few hours at a time, I could almost convince myself that my father and Carson had indeed died in an ordinary accident, rather than being murdered by creatures that shouldn't have existed. But the psychological scars from my encounter with the supernatural were far too deep to be healed by normal grieving processes. Sleep became virtually impossible, as every dream transformed into a nightmare featuring the elongated creatures and their shape-shifting abilities. Even brief periods of unconsciousness were interrupted by sudden awakenings triggered by sounds that reminded me of the clicking communications the predators had used to coordinate their attacks. Hypervigilance became my default state, with every unexpected noise or movement triggering fight-or-flight responses that left me exhausted and shaking. Crowded public spaces felt threatening because of the potential for predators to hide among normal humans using their mimicry abilities. Even close friends and family members became objects of suspicion, as I found myself studying their faces and mannerisms for subtle signs that they might not be who they appeared to be. The isolation created by this constant paranoia was perhaps the most devastating long-term consequence of my experience. Unable to share the truth about what had happened and unable to trust my own perceptions about the people around me, I began withdrawing from social connections that had previously provided stability and meaning in my life. Work became impossible to focus on. Relationships deteriorated under the strain of my secretiveness and erratic behavior, and the future seemed to hold nothing but escalating mental health problems that couldn't be addressed without revealing information I was forbidden to share. Weeks passed in a haze of sleepless nights and anxiety-filled days, with my physical and mental condition steadily deteriorating despite the absence of any external threats. The creatures I'd escaped might have been contained within their forest territory, but the psychological damage they'd inflicted continued to spread through my life like a cancer that consumed everything it touched. I began to understand why the Guardian had been so confident that I would never violate our agreement by returning to the forest or sharing my story with potential rescuers. 6 months have passed since I escaped from that nightmare forest, and the trauma continues to shape every aspect of my daily existence in ways that grow more disturbing rather than less severe as time goes on. The psychological wounds inflicted by witnessing my family's deaths and confronting creatures that violated every assumption about reality have proven resistant to all conventional forms of treatment, creating a downward spiral of isolation and despair that threatens to consume what remains of my sanity. Sleep, when it comes at all, brings no relief from the constant anxiety that has become my normal state. Every dream features the elongated predators or their shape-shifting mimicry of my father and Carson, replaying variations of our final encounter with increasingly graphic detail. I've developed a terror of closed eyes that makes even brief rest periods dangerous. As the moment consciousness fades, my mind returns immediately to that clearing where everything familiar and safe was stripped away in a few moments of unimaginable horror. The most insidious aspect of my ongoing trauma is the way it has corrupted my perception of ordinary reality. Every tall person I encounter in public triggers memories of the creature's unnatural height and spider-like proportions. Conversations overheard in restaurants or shopping centers sound like the clicking communications the predators use to coordinate their attacks. Even family photographs have become sources of anxiety, as I find myself studying familiar faces for subtle signs of the shape-shifting abilities that allowed the creatures to impersonate my loved ones so convincingly. Professional counseling proved ineffective because I couldn't share the actual details of my traumatic experience without violating the agreement that had secured my escape. Therapists trained to deal with conventional trauma responses were completely unprepared for symptoms rooted in encounters with supernatural predators, and their well-meaning attempts to help only increased my frustration and sense of isolation. How could anyone understand the psychological impact of watching family members killed by creatures that shouldn't exist, then being forbidden from seeking justice or even acknowledgement for their deaths? The memorial service for my father and Carson provided temporary relief from the burden of carrying my secrets alone, but it also intensified my guilt over the deception necessary to maintain the cover story. Standing before friends and family members who had loved and respected my father and Carson, knowing that they would never learn the truth about how these good men had died, felt like a betrayal that compounded the original trauma. The eulogies I delivered praised their wilderness expertise and adventurous spirits, while carefully avoiding any details that might encourage others to visit the areas where we'd planned to hunt. Physical symptoms began manifesting within weeks of my return to civilization, starting with digestive problems that made eating difficult and progressing to chronic fatigue that left me exhausted despite the lack of restorative sleep. Muscle pain, particularly in my legs and back, created constant discomfort that seemed to have no medical explanation. Multiple doctors conducted thorough examinations and found no physical injuries or diseases that could account for my deteriorating condition, leading to suggestions that stress management and psychiatric care might be more appropriate than continued medical testing. The hypervigilance that had helped me survive my encounter with the creatures became a debilitating handicap in normal social situations. Crowded public spaces triggered panic attacks that forced me to flee before completing simple errands like grocery shopping or banking. Movie theaters, restaurants, and other venues where people gathered in large numbers felt like hunting grounds where predators could hide among innocent civilians, studying potential victims and planning attacks that would never be recognized as anything more than random accidents or disappearances. Employment became impossible as my ability to concentrate deteriorated, and my paranoid behavior alienated colleagues who had previously considered me a reliable and competent worker. Simple tasks that should have required minutes of focused attention stretched into hours of distracted effort, interrupted by constant security checks of my surroundings. Meetings with supervisors or clients became exercises in barely controlled terror, as I found myself studying their facial features for signs of the subtle wrongness that had characterized the creature's attempts at human mimicry. The financial consequences of unemployment compounded my other problems, creating practical stresses that made psychological recovery even more difficult. Medical bills from my unsuccessful attempts to find treatment for trauma-related symptoms consumed what savings I'd accumulated over years of responsible financial planning. The house I'd shared with my father became a burden I could no longer afford to maintain, forcing me to relocate to cheaper housing in areas where my paranoid behavior attracted less attention from neighbors and authorities. Relationships with surviving family members deteriorated as my secretiveness and erratic behavior created barriers that normal grief counseling couldn't address. Cousins and aunts who had initially provided support and understanding gradually became frustrated with my inability to engage in normal social interactions or participate in family gatherings without displaying obvious anxiety and distraction. Their well-meaning efforts to help me move on from my loss only emphasized the gulf between their assumptions about my trauma and the reality of what I'd actually experienced. The isolation created by these deteriorating relationships fed into a vicious cycle that made recovery increasingly unlikely. The more I withdrew from human contact, the more abnormal my behavior became when social interaction was unavoidable. The more abnormal my behavior appeared to others, the more they avoided contact with me, reinforcing my paranoid conviction that the corruption from my forest encounter was somehow spreading to contaminate everything I touched. Drug and alcohol abuse seemed like logical responses to psychological pain that couldn't be addressed through conventional therapy or medical treatment. If I couldn't sleep naturally because of nightmares, sleeping pills and alcohol could provide artificial unconsciousness that bypassed the normal dream cycle. If I couldn't function in social situations because of paranoid anxiety, stimulants and depressants could artificially regulate my emotional responses to make interaction more tolerable. But substance abuse only created additional problems without addressing the underlying trauma. And soon, I was dealing with addiction issues on top of my original psychological wounds. The anniversary of our doomed hunting expedition approached with a sense of impending doom that intensified my already severe symptoms. Seasonal changes that normally marked positive transitions became reminders of the time when my life had been irreversibly changed by forces beyond human understanding. The approaching autumn hunting season triggered memories of planning our expedition with my father and Carson, filled with excitement about the adventures we'd share and the memories we'd create in the Canadian wilderness. Media coverage of missing hikers and hunters in remote wilderness areas took on new significance as I recognized patterns that might indicate supernatural predation rather than conventional accidents. News reports about experienced outdoorsmen disappearing without trace in regions known for their wildlife and challenging terrain triggered paranoid speculation about whether the creatures I'd encountered were confined to their original territory or had expanded their hunting grounds despite the Guardian's assurances about territorial limitations. The agreement that had secured my escape prohibited me from warning potential victims or sharing information that might help others avoid the same fate that had claimed my father and Carson. This enforced silence created a moral burden that was almost as unbearable as the original trauma, forcing me to watch news reports about missing persons while knowing that some of those disappearances might be preventable if I could share what I'd learned during my nightmare encounter with the forest predators. Research into folklore and historical accounts of missing persons in wilderness areas revealed patterns that suggested my experience might not be unique, though the sources were fragmentary and often dismissed as superstition by academic researchers. Indigenous oral traditions contained references to forest guardians and shape-takers that bore disturbing similarities to the creatures I'd encountered, but these accounts were generally considered mythological rather than factual by mainstream anthropologists and historians. The possibility that other survivors of similar encounters might exist somewhere offered a faint hope for connection with people who could understand my experience without requiring explanations that would violate my agreement with the Guardian. But locating such individuals without revealing my own story proved impossible, and the risk of accidentally contacting researchers or authorities who might mount expeditions into the protected territory made even cautious inquiries dangerous. As winter approaches and the one-year anniversary of my family's deaths draws near, I find myself facing a crucial decision about whether to continue the increasingly difficult struggle to maintain some semblance of normal life or to surrender entirely to the trauma that has already consumed most of what I valued about my existence. The creatures that killed my father and Carson might have been confined to their forest territory, but the psychological wounds they inflicted have proven far more persistent and destructive than their physical attacks. The Guardian's confidence that I would never violate our agreement by returning to the forest or sharing my story has proven well-founded, though not for the reasons it probably expected. I maintain my silence not because I fear supernatural retribution, but because the truth has become so intertwined with my psychological destruction that sharing it would require revealing the depths of my own mental collapse. No one would believe a story told by someone whose obvious instability undermines any credibility his account might otherwise possess. Sometimes, late at night when the nightmares have driven away any possibility of sleep, I find myself wondering whether the creatures are satisfied with the slow destruction they've achieved without ever leaving their protected territory. They killed my father and Carson quickly, but they've spent months slowly killing me through psychological torture that was probably more entertaining than simple physical predation. Perhaps this prolonged suffering was always their true goal, and everything else was merely preparation for the real feast they've been enjoying as they watch me destroy myself from the safety of their forest home. The only certainty in my current existence is that the trauma will continue to worsen until it either kills me or drives me completely insane. Either outcome would probably amuse the creatures that started this process by murdering my family in front of me and then allowing me to escape with the knowledge that I could never share my experience or seek justice for their deaths. They've proven that physical territory is irrelevant when psychological territory can be conquered just as effectively and with much more lasting results. In quiet moments, I still hear my father's voice and Carson's laughter calling to me from the darkness, though I no longer believe these are memories providing comfort in my grief. Instead, I suspect they're ongoing communications from the creatures that killed them, using stolen voices to remind me that my torture is far from over, and that the forest will always be waiting if I ever decide that death might be preferable to the endless psychological agony of survival. I never thought of myself as the kind of guy who'd get lost in the middle of nowhere, especially not on a simple weekend road trip. But that's exactly what happened to me that fateful autumn day in 2016. I've always loved taking backroads journeys when I had a few days off from my hardware store job. It was my escape, a chance to explore parts of the country most folks don't even know exist. The plan this time was straightforward enough. Drive down to Kentucky, spend a couple days catching up with my buddy Rick at his place in the hills, grill some steaks, drink a few beers, then head back home to Indiana. Easy peasy. Or so I thought. My first mistake was taking the wrong highway exit in my hurry to beat the evening traffic. I'd driven this way before to visit Rick, but somehow I ended up on an unfamiliar gravel road that soon turned into more of a rutted dirt path. No big deal, I figured. I had time and wasn't in a rush. Surely this backwoods route would loop around and spit me back out onto a main road eventually. But as the sun began its slow dip below the treetops, my confidence started to waver. The dense Kentucky woods pressed in close on both sides of the narrow lane, tall pines and gnarled oaks forming a claustrophobic tunnel. An eerie quiet hung in the air, broken only by the crunch of my tires and the whisper of a chill breeze through browning leaves. Not even a bird call broke the stillness. Then, as if on cue, my trusty old pickup truck sputtered, coughed, and coasted to a dead stop, the engine cutting out completely. I muttered a few choice words as I turned the key desperately back and forth. No luck. I'm no mechanic, but I know my way around an engine. Popping the hood, I poked around, hoping for a quick fix, but everything looked in order to my untrained eye. No cell signal either, of course. Par for the course this far out in the sticks. With a sinking feeling, I surveyed my limited options as the shadows lengthened. I could sit tight with the truck and hope some local would happen by. Or I could strike out on foot, flashlight in hand, praying I'd stumble across a farmhouse or ranger station before full dark. In the moment, walking seemed the less terrible choice. I mean, people did live out here in the boondocks, right? Locking up the pickup, I set off down the path at a brisk clip, fallen leaves scuffing under my boots, the beam of my flashlight dancing through the underbrush. Ahead, the dirt track twisted and turned, drawing me deeper into the darkening forest. Minutes stretched into an hour, then more. No sign of civilization, not even a damn squirrel. Just the trees, the gathering dusk, and a growing unease prickling at the back of my neck. I was debating turning back to the cold comfort of my truck when I spotted it through the gloom. A house. Well, the dilapidated remains of one anyhow. I approached cautiously, picking my way through waist-high weeds. The place was clearly long abandoned, its roof partially caved in, windows busted out, the rotting porch steps groaning ominously underfoot. Still, I had to check. Maybe I'd get lucky and find an ancient landline inside. At this point, I'd take smoke signals if it got me out of this mess. Shouldering open the crumbling front door, I swept my light around what had once been a living room. Water-stained wallpaper peeled above heaps of leaf litter, shattered furniture, and animal scat. A rusted wagon wheel leaned in one corner beside a soot-blackened brick fireplace. Clearly no one had called this wreck home for decades. I was turning to leave, resigned to my fate, when a floorboard creaked oddly underfoot. Crouching down, I brushed aside a moldy scrap of carpet to reveal a crude trapdoor. A rusted metal ring served as a handle. My gut screamed to leave it the hell alone, but desperate times and all that. Pulse quickening, I heaved the hatch open. Stale, frigid air wafted up from a black gap. Cellar stairs led down into the abyss. Dank stone walls glistened with moisture in my flashlight's wavering glow as I crept down the steps, ducking under cobwebs. A dirt floor, a few broken barrels, some ancient rusted tools. I started to relax. A whole lot of nothing. Then my beam landed on the corner, and my blood turned to ice in my veins. Bones. Human bones, protruding from the damp earth in a dirty pile like a charnel house exhibit. Some looked bleached with age, others disturbingly fresh, tatters of rotting flesh and fabric still clinging to them. A scream rose up in my throat, but terror throttled it to a choked gurgle. What the unholy hell had I stumbled into? And then, behind me, from the top of the stairs, a floorboard creaked. Sheer animal instinct took over. I hit the flashlight and threw myself into a crouch behind a crumbling stone wall, pulse pounding like a war drum in my ears. Adrenaline surging, I pressed myself against the cold, clammy masonry, barely daring to breathe. On some primal level, my body understood what my mind was still struggling to accept. I wasn't alone down here, and whoever had just crept down those cellar steps had zero intent to offer the welcome wagon. Gripping my extinguished flashlight like a club, my muscles coiled tight, ready to spring into panicked action at the slightest provocation. Seconds ticked by with agonizing slowness as I strained my senses against the suffocating darkness, shuffling footsteps, moving carefully from the base of the stairwell into the room. The soft scrape of something heavy, metallic, being dragged across the packed dirt floor. A muted thump as an unseen object was set down. Then a voice, barely more than a gravelly whisper, echoing off the stone walls. "Come on out now, I know you're in here." Every hair on my body stood erect at the sound. He knew. Somehow the sick bastard knew I was here, cowering in my hidey hole, a heartbeat away from pissing my pants in terror. Licking bone-dry lips with a sandpaper tongue, I stayed perfectly still, unwilling to confirm my presence until I absolutely had to. A harsh chuckle, utterly devoid of humor. The slow, steady footsteps began circling the cellar's perimeter, drawing steadily closer to my position. "Smell your fear, boy." Smelled it the second you cracked that door. Grimy fingernails dug into the decaying stonework inches from my face as a dark shape loomed around the corner of the wall. I caught a glimpse of ragged clumps of beard, pitted leathery skin, and black holes for eyes that swallowed the scant light. A jagged grin split the feral face as the hulking figure stopped and stared directly at my position. "Gotcha." He moved with inhuman speed, a massive paw shooting out to clamp around my windpipe with a grip like iron. I lurched back, gagging, kicking out wildly as I was hauled bodily out from behind the wall. Stars exploded across my vision as I was slammed against the floor, the back of my skull impacting with a sickening crack. Stunned, wheezing, I scrabbled desperately at the gnarled fingers throttling the life from me. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glint of rusted steel. Some corner of my racing mind processed an image of the giant wielding an antique railroad spike, raising it high overhead with clear intent to dash my brains across the cellar floor. Survival instincts surged through my battered body like an electric current. With a wordless bellow of unhinged fear and fury, I twisted like an eel, wrenching to the side just as the crude hammer descended. A line of fire seared across my temple a heartbeat before the spike smashed into the ground, throwing up a spray of dirt. Impossibly, the glancing blow seemed to loosen my attacker's grip for the merest instant. Sucking in a raw, ragged lungful of dank air, I groped out blindly, seizing the first object that came to hand, a heavy, rusted pry bar. Unleashing a crazed howl, I laid into the towering maniac with every ounce of desperate strength left in my battered body. Once, twice, 3 times, I brought the weighty steel bar crashing down, not caring where I struck, just flailing with mindless savagery until I felt the choking press of fingers fall slack from my throat. Rolling sideways, retching and gasping, I fumbled for my flashlight, terrified I'd only stunned the hulking monster. The flickering beam played across a glistening pool of dark blood and a motionless bearded face, one side caved in like a rotten jack-o'-lantern. A final wet rattle escaped from slack lips as clouding eyes stared sightlessly at the earthen ceiling. Shuddering violently, every nerve raw and jangling, I lurched to my feet, swaying like a drunk as I staggered for the stairs. My battered mind reeled, struggling to process the sheer bloody unreality of the last 5 minutes. All I knew was that I had to get out, had to escape this madness before it dragged me down forever. Floorboards shattered under my clumsy stomping boots as I burst into the ruined house above, heedless of the noise. Whimpering like a beaten cur, I made a limping beeline for the sagging front door, and what I prayed was a clear path back to the sanity of civilization. I nearly made it, too. Would have, if my wild, roving flashlight beam hadn't illuminated a half-dozen ragged, dirt-smeared figures emerging from the tree line, all clutching various wicked-looking blades, bludgeons, and farm implements, all wearing the same demonic grins as the thing bleeding out in the basement. A strangled howl of raw animal fear rose unbidden in my chest as they began to lope toward the house. And for a single, oddly lucid instant, one coherent thought crystallized in my fracturing psyche. I was going to die horribly in these godforsaken woods, and no one would ever find my bones. The mind does funny things when death is bearing down on you at a dead sprint, yellowed teeth bared in a rictus snarl. Time seemed to slow to a molasses crawl as I stood frozen in the doorway of that ramshackle ruin, watching the pack of feral hill folk close the distance with tendon-stretching strides. In that crystalline moment of pure, ice-cold terror, a deluge of regrets, what-ifs, and unfinished business crashed through my short-circuiting brain with merciless clarity. I saw my mom's face crumpling when the cops arrived to break the news, my kid brother stoically taking the mantle as man of the house, my dad, already a decade in the ground, silently judging my failures from beyond the pale. Something broke inside me then, some integral pillar of sanity and reason that had been slowly eroding since I first stepped foot on this cursed patch of backwoods dirt. A red haze settled over my vision, a roaring static flooded my ears, and the gagging stench of rancid fear sweat saturated my senses. At the heart of that maelstrom, a spark of defiance flared to life. To hell with this. If I was going out, it wouldn't be as a sniveling victim. If these sick bastards wanted a hunt, I'd give them one they'd never forget. Lips skinning back in a feral snarl of my own, I ripped the flashlight from my belt and sent it sailing end over end into the face of the lead psycho, a wiry hatchet-wielding fiend covered in ritual scars. The hefty metal cylinder struck with a meaty crunch, pulping the maniac's nose and sending him tumbling backwards with a gurgling howl. The knot of pursuers faltered for a beat, yipping and snarling as they stumbled over their writhing compatriot. I wasted no time in capitalizing on the momentary break. Wrenching around, I kicked the rotting door off its rusted hinges and barreled back into the house's dank interior, vaulting mounds of moldering debris as I plunged deeper into the gloom. Enraged howls and the thunder of stomping feet dogged my heels as I crashed through a rear door into some sort of mudroom or pantry. Animal instinct guided me toward a small, filthy window above a desiccated sink. Seized by a feral desperation, I threw my entire weight behind a shoulder charge, blasting through the decaying wood and showering myself in a hail of splinters and glass shards. I hit the ground outside in a graceless belly flop, the wind exploding from my lungs in a groaning whoosh. Clawing for breath, I jerked to my hands and knees, shaking my head to clear the stars whirling in my vision. In the faint moonlight filtering through the dense branches overhead, I could make out the deep muck of fetid mud I'd landed in. The kind that could steal a man's boots given half a chance. Squelching and struggling, I fought to extricate myself from the clinging morass before my pursuers caught up. The brittle snap of splintering wood and a chorus of baying howls somewhere behind the house told me that my lead had just evaporated. Terror sent a fresh jolt of manic strength surging through my aching muscles as I finally ripped free of the mud's clutches. I took off at a shambling run, crashing haphazardly through the underbrush, thorny branches raking at my face and arms, exposed roots snatching at my ankles. Only blind luck and a moonbeam kept me from braining myself on a low-hanging limb or pitching face first into some hidden ravine. There was no strategy to my mad flight, just a base animal imperative to put as much distance as possible between me and the bloodthirsty freaks stalking my scent. My heart felt like it was about to explode out of my chest, ragged gasps sawing at my raw throat as my burning legs churned relentlessly onward. The howls and screams never faded as I plunged deeper into the lightless tangle of trees and vines. If anything, they seemed to be growing closer, hungrier. My mind spun with visions of grasping claws and flashing blades, of an agonizing savage death alone in this dark wood. I don't know how long I ran like that, a blind, stumbling puppet dancing on adrenaline-fueled strings. The forest had swallowed every shred of civilization, even the faintest echo of a distant highway. For all I knew, I was lost in some hellish twilight zone that existed beyond the reach of sane reality. Maybe I died back in that rancid cellar after all, and this was my eternal torment. It was the light that finally reached through the delirium and shocked a sliver of awareness back into my animal brain. Golden light, spilling from the windows of a small cabin crouched in a clearing ahead. Salvation, shelter, another human being who might just be able to yank me out of this spiraling insanity before those hills gave birth to some fresh horror. A wordless croaking plea burbled out of my dust-dry throat as I veered toward the beacon of hope. I fixed my eyes on that warm yellow glow, using it to orient my madly spiraling senses as I stumbled into the open ground. Gravel? I felt gravel and cracked asphalt beneath the shredded soles of my boots. A road, an honest-to-God road. And at the end of it, a battered pickup truck parked beside a rough-hewn cabin. I risked a glance over my shoulder, hoping against hope that the change of scenery had somehow thrown my dogged pursuers off the scent. No such luck. Dark, scuttling figures poured from the tree line like a horde of overgrown insects, hooting and baying in a fever pitch of bloodlust. They fanned out in a rough semicircle, cutting off any path of retreat. This was it, the final stand. With the absolute last shred of energy left in my battered frame, I lunged up the cabin's weathered porch steps and began pounding on the front door like a man possessed. Words spilled from me in an incoherent jumble, as much howl as speech. "Help! For the love of God, help me! They're coming!" From within the rough pine door, the distinctive clack-clack of a shotgun being racked reached my ears. An instant later, the door was wrenched open to reveal a grizzled, wild-haired man in stained overalls, a battered 10-gauge leveled squarely at my chest. Pale blue eyes, sharp as flint, raked me from head to toe, taking in my mud-splattered, blood-streaked form in a single sweep. For a heartbeat, I thought he might pull the trigger on pure reflex. "What in the name of all that's holy?" he started, his voice a low, hawkish rasp. "No time," I gasped out, stabbing a finger back the way I'd come. "They're right behind me. We have to—" A blood-curdling shriek ripped through the night, far too close for comfort. The old man's head snapped up, zeroing in on the threat with a predator's focus. Without a word, he stepped out onto the porch, planting himself at the top of the steps as he raised the shotgun to his shoulder. I scuttled around behind him, instinctively putting his bulk between me and the oncoming horde. Trembling from head to toe, I gripped the weathered railing for support, my heart a jackhammer in my chest. The ragged pack had halted at the edge of the clearing, milling and gibbering in a rough semicircle. They made no move to close the distance. Yet. The old man racked the shotgun slide with an authoritative clack-clack, the sound like a peal of doom in the charged air. "That's far enough, you degenerate bastards," he growled, his voice pitched to Carrie. "This here's private property. I'm well within my rights to ventilate anyone who takes another step." A jagged chorus of yips and hisses rippled through the throng, underscored by the scrape of metal and the wet smacks of flesh on flesh. At some unseen signal, the mob began to spread out, slowly fanning to either side of the cabin. Trying to flank us, I realized, with a fresh shock of gut-churning terror. "They're not going to stop," I croaked, my mouth bone dry. "We have to get inside, call for help, something." The old man's shoulders tensed, but he kept the shotgun trained on the center mass of the pack. "Ain't no help to call, son," he said, his voice grim as a reaper's blade. "Phones are down, and the sheriff's an hour away on a good day. We're on our own here." As if to punctuate his point, a figure suddenly detached from the milling horde and came loping up the gravel drive, a rusted scythe held high. The old man tracked the movement with the muzzle of his gun, his finger hovering over the trigger guard. "Last warning," he barked. "Next step's your last." The scythe-wielding maniac threw back his head and loosed a gurgling cackle, ropes of ropey saliva gleaming in the moonlight. Then, with a spine-chilling howl, he charged straight at us, a one-man wave of flashing steel and savage intent. The old man squeezed the trigger. The shotgun roared like a cannon in the confines of the porch. The scythe-wielder's chest blew open like a rotten melon, sending him pinwheeling backwards in a spray of blood and shredded tissue. He hit the ground in a tangled heap and lay still, his limbs twitching spasmodically. The echoes of the blast were still ringing in my ears when the rest of the pack exploded into motion, howling and screaming as they surged forward en masse. The old man worked the slide with grim efficiency, sending blast after blast into the seething tide of bodies. Gouts of blood misted the night air, mingling with the stench of cordite and burning powder. But there were too many, coming too fast. A thrown hatchet clanged off the porch railing inches from my face, sending me reeling back with a yelp. Another stuck quivering in the cabin's door frame, its haft still vibrating from the force of the impact. "Inside! Now!" the old man roared, backpedaling furiously as he slapped fresh shells into the breach. "Bar the door and pray to whatever God you believe in." I didn't need to be told twice. Throwing my weight against the heavy pine, I shouldered it open and all but fell into the cabin's dimly lit interior. A heartbeat later, the old man backed through the opening, still peppering the front yard with buckshot as he crossed the threshold. Together, we rammed the door shut and drove home a massive iron bolt, just as the first body slammed against it from the other side. The aged timbers groaned under the impact, but held fast. For the moment, at least. Chest heaving, I sagged against the rough-hewn wall, my mind reeling as it tried to process the sheer, unmitigated insanity of the last few minutes. The old man was already moving, rummaging through a battered sideboard with quick, efficient motions. "Catch," he said, tossing me a scratched walnut handle protruding from a cracked leather holster. I caught the object reflexively, my hand closing around the grip of a massive revolver that looked old enough to have come west with Wyatt Earp. "Ever shot a gun before?" The query was punctuated by a meaty thud as something heavy slammed against the door, setting the hinges to creaking. "Once or twice," I managed, my voice sounding thin and thready to my own ears. I fumbled with the latch on the holster, my blood-slicked fingers clumsy on the stiff leather. "Good, because unless I miss my guess, we're about to have us a regular Alamo situation here." As if on cue, the cabin's lone window shattered inward in a spray of glass shards and splintered wood. A grasping, claw-like hand thrust through the opening, groping blindly in the dim light. And the night erupted into a cacophony of gunfire, screams, and shattering wood. Time blurred into a red-tinged fog of adrenaline and cordite as we fought tooth and nail to keep the ravening horde at bay. The old man moved with the fluid grace of a much younger fighter, his shotgun roaring like the wrath of an angry god. I did my best to follow his lead, the massive revolver bucking and leaping in my white-knuckled grip as I sent round after heavy round into the press of bodies. We worked in desperate tandem, one of us laying down a withering barrage as the other reloaded, trading off as the situation demanded. But for every frothing psychopath we put down, two more seemed to surge forward to take their place, heedless of the carnage we were dealing to their ranks. Splintered wood and shattered glass soon carpeted the floor, crunching underfoot as we wove a frantic dance between the cabin's makeshift choke points. Blood painted the walls in violent Jackson Pollock spatters, its cloying coppery tang mingling with the acrid reek of gun smoke and raw terror sweat. Time and again the ragged mob almost breached our crumbling defenses, only to be driven back at the last possible second by a point-blank blast of buckshot or a desperately placed pistol round. But each surge took its toll, sapping our already waning reserves of ammunition and willpower. The creeping realization of our own mortality hung thick as grave dirt in the air. I was in the process of fumbling a handful of shells into the shotgun's smoking breech when the old man abruptly stiffened, his head cocking at an odd angle. For a beat I thought he'd been hit, but then I registered the shocking absence of sound from outside the splintered walls. The furious din of the assault had petered out like someone thrown a switch, leaving only the ragged rasp of our labored breathing and the tinny whine of my adrenaline-jacked ears. "What? What's happening?" I croaked, my voice rough as shattered glass from all the shouting and gun smoke. "Why'd they stop?" The old man shook his head, his expression unreadable in the guttering light of the cabin's single remaining lantern. With a Herculean effort, he levered his bulk over to one of the shot-out windows and chanced a quick peek through the jagged opening. I saw his shoulders slump a fraction before he turned back to me. "They're gone." 2 words, spoken with the leaden finality of a coffin lid slamming shut. I stared at him in naked incomprehension, my mind struggling to wrap itself around the concept. It didn't seem possible, not after the relentless, almost preternatural ferocity of the assault we'd just endured. "What do you mean gone?" I demanded, an edge of hysteria creeping into my voice. "They were just trying to tear us apart with their bare hands, and now they're, what, bored? This doesn't make any—" I trailed off as my sluggish brain finally processed the silvery quality of the light filtering through the cabin's ruptured walls. Dawn. Somehow, impossibly, we'd managed to hold out until sunrise. The night's horrors were over, banished by the first pale rays of the coming day. A sound halfway between a sob and a laugh bubbled up my raw throat as I sagged back against the blood-spattered wall. We'd made it. Against all odds and in defiance of all sane reason, we'd weathered the devil's own storm. I looked over at the old man, intending to share in this moment of bone-deep relief, only to pull up short at his grim expression. "They'll be back," he said flatly, his flinty eyes meeting my own haunted gaze without flinching. "Maybe not tonight or the next, but they'll come again. They always do." Something in his voice, some undefinable quality of weary resignation, told me he was speaking from bitter, hard-won experience. This wasn't the first time he'd stared down the abyss and watched it blink. Probably wouldn't be the last either. Suddenly exhausted beyond all reckoning, I let the revolver slip from my nerveless fingers and clatter to the blood-slicked floor. 1,000 questions whirled through my head, each more urgent and unanswerable than the last. What the hell were those things out there? How long had they been stalking these woods, preying on the unwary and the lost? And most importantly, what did we do now? But those were worries for another time, another place. Now, as the first golden rays of the morning sun crept across the porch, all I could think about was putting as many miles between me and this accursed stretch of backwoods as my battered truck could manage. The old man seemed to read my intent in my haunted 1,000-yard stare. Slinging the shotgun over his shoulder, he reached out and clasped my shoulder in a grip that was half comradely, half ominous portent. "You'll be back too," he said, his voice a low, prophetic rumble. "This place, it gets in your blood under your skin, calls to you when you lay down to sleep at night, you'll see." Then, with a final nod that could have meant anything, he turned and limped off into the brightening day, leaving me alone with the cooling corpses and the echoing report of gunfire still ringing in my ears. Somehow I found the strength to stagger out to my truck, slumping behind the wheel like a puppet with its strings cut. The old Ford started up on the first try, its throaty rumble the sweetest sound I'd ever heard. Gravel sprayed from beneath the tires as I wrenched the wheel around, aiming the hood at the distant promise of civilization and sanity. And as I watched the cabin recede in my rearview mirror, the road rolling away beneath my wheels like a coiled strap, a single thought crystallized in my battered psyche with the force of irrational conviction. The old man was right. I would be back. Maybe not today, maybe not for years to come. But someday, when the nightmares had faded and the scars had healed, I would return to this dark place of blood and terror. Because in some sick, twisted way, it had become a part of me. A festering splinter of madness lodged in my very soul, and no amount of miles or sunrises could ever pry it loose. The road beckoned, 2 endless lines of weathered asphalt reaching into a future I could no longer see. And like a moth drawn helplessly to an open flame, I bore down on the gas pedal and drove, chasing a horizon stained forever crimson in my mind.